Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, September the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and I got my stupid watches beeping at me. Sorry. Okay, you guys can hear me, hear me and see my screen. Okay, so personally for me, I was able to get that DBGI. Why did I take DBGI where I did? Quick explanation. So DBGI had already done this, okay? And I believe what they've done is they are guiding, it's a guidance raise for them. So check out the 2-minute chart right there. See that red bar ignored right there? There's a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. So we had the gap, we had the pause, and then we had the continuation. Hopped on it, I think it was around 435 and sold most right around this 471 mark. We'll keep an eye on it if it takes out 5. You can see if it can take out 5. It's got a lot of room. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that one later on. That's the DBGI. Interesting. Look, the market, the SPY is going to have a big down day to begin with anyway. When I first looked at my gap up and gaps downs, actually I had more gap ups and gap downs. We have a huge disconnect right now in the market. Tech is just getting hammered. Oil, of course, is up, but tech is getting hammered right now. So let's take a look at other things that are happening. SNOA is gapping up on some kind of, I guess we're going to launch over-the-counter products on Amazon. Massive gap up. Look at that 200-day moving average through it. Crazy low float, 2 million in the float, so we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. This is not one that is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so we'll have to see what happens. So, it's a huge gap. Look at the high looking left is 1329. ZIVO was gapping up. Let's see if it's holding. Not bad. This was from yesterday. This has been a terrible trader. Look at the daily chart, up and down, up and down, up and down. But it is up. I don't see any specific reason for it today. Forward, of course, big news. Really getting into the EV business, of course. It's not a secret, or shouldn't have been a shock. But anyway, the market's reacting to the news. On that red bar ignored, it was a 2-minute chart, doodle dum. ALF is on the way up. At least it was on the way up. Didn't see any specific news for it. I'm sorry, I do see news on it. Announced a partnership with Vista Media to enable advertisers, etc., etc. So they did have some news, I guess, for ALF. ALT is just getting creamed here. ALT getting absolutely creamed here. Had a strange topping tail right here. Phase 1 data, obviously market reaction is terrible, down 28%. PLAG, this is up. It's not up as much as it could be, I suppose. 20 million in the float. The news I saw was that the CEO bought 1.3 million shares at 260 a share. So it's interesting that it's quite a bit under 260 a share. GoGo. They have, I guess, upped their revenue forecast. GoGo. Is it holding? Not bad. Yeah, it's still kind of holding. Big area to try to get out of. Look at this at 1375. You can see some highs here just over 14. And we have some small energy plays. GBR. Big day yesterday. Look at that day it had yesterday. Low float. Continuation. When we take a look at the sector status, you're going to see, of course, all the energy plays are still up. I haven't seen this one too often, if ever. AGMH. AGMH. See if it's still holding the gap. Yeah, not bad. So they have earnings. Looks like they have earnings tomorrow before the market opens, but they've also had a big management shuffle. Change in management. So that had a big day yesterday and a continuation. I want to make sure this is not a SPAC. No, it's not a SPAC. And another really cheap one, the CEI. A lot of shares in the float. 104 million. Another, sort of like, a little bit like GBR, except way more shares in the float. When I just opened the room, HYZN. HYZN was active on the way down. Let's see if it held that gap or did it pop back up. Don't see any specific reason for it. I don't see any news on it today specifically to it. Of course, this is an EV play. Morning, Zach. And real, I just see you popping in there also. So I'm going to take a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades, and then we're going to, actually, why don't we just take first, no, I'll do the upgrades and downgrades, then we'll look at the sector status. All right, what do we have this morning? Yeah, but equal. Equal in that we have almost the same number of upgrades and downgrades. Now, interestingly, I see ACB has an upgrade. They did have earnings today, but last time I looked, it was basically flat, a little bit down. All right, there you have some of the upgrades. I'll get some of the downgrades in now. Excuse me. All right, just one more to go, and then we can take a look at the sector status. So there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, let's take a look at the little bit of a difference this morning. I'm going to show you what in the doc channel bar. I'm going to go to the doc channel bar, click on the sector status, and what do we see this morning that is different from yesterday? This is the same, of course. Energy plays all up from yesterday's close. The difference is that yesterday financials, most of the financials were up pre-market also. So there's really just one sector that's up, and that is look at tech though. Tech and communications just trashed right now anyway. But there's energy. Again, if you're unfamiliar with this, this is, of course, XLE is the big energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up that ETF, and every one of them is above yesterday's close. Okay, that's why that says 100%. Whereas with technology, virtually 100% are below yesterday's close. So, you know, you want to trade a tech stock today, you better be awfully careful. You know, we could have a rally, but be awfully careful. Now, CC. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I mean, this, of course, had this the day yesterday. It looks like it is. What's the high yesterday? That was about 1968. So that's what it got to in the pre-market. I mean, obviously, it's still got a ton of room. Had the news yesterday about their drug being approved in Japan. How much they can make from that drug, I don't know. No idea. But it's up a little bit. Not a lot of volume. It may have a second day continuation. That DBGI, just look left on this one. I mean, if this really keeps going, I mean, I know it's up already 65%, but just look at this daily chart and you can see there's some, well, actually that's a little higher than I thought. But if it can take out 5 somehow, it's got some work to do though, even if it takes out 5. What I'm really looking at though is this 880 high over here. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it may really struggle, number one, to get through 5, and then to get through this area here, which is between 5 and 580. Anyway, good little pre-market trade for me. Real was just mentioning Hunt, of course, just appeared on my gap ups. So when we look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 30.04. You can see if it can take out 30.04. The next high looking left is 32.35 for HUN. Yeah, is trying to base here around this 11 mark. Fairly low float, 33 million in the float. So that's fairly low. Look at that gap down though. I didn't read the headline other than phase 1. Results from a 12-week phase 1 clinical trial obviously did not go well. Take a look at ACB. Interesting. It did have an upgrade. ACB is an earnings play. Yeah, it's not really done anything. You saw the reaction. This is what we were looking at. Somebody asked me about it yesterday. So look at ACB yesterday. This is at 10:15, and look at the run it had, all the way to 11:45. A little pause, and then here's 2:15. In anticipation, perhaps, that earnings were going to be good. Of course, it appears that federal banking laws in the United States relaxing now to allow cannabis to be banked, I guess. Anyway, I don't follow it closely enough to know if that's absolutely the law now or it's just proposed. At any rate, ACB, they still lost 45% lower quarterly revenue. So it's still a proposal, yeah. That's what I thought. All right, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. All right, just checking the last. I do see this FEIM, decent volume. It's up 13%, FEIM, but it's starting to fade. Big pop after hours yesterday, but a big fade now. I mean, it's still up 13%, but when I see this sort of action, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And they did, let's see, they won a 17.75 million contract by the Office of Naval Research. So there was some news after hours, but you know what? I mean, look at this, got up to 1488. I mean, it's dropped right down. That's $4 drop. All right, little mini recovery in the SPY right now. And we're seeing some fades now, you know, with the ALF. ALF got up to 838, down to 766 now. I mean, these are just not holding their gains in the pre-market anyway. I know some of you follow this Globus. Globus just getting trashed here. It's an earnings play. Down 9%. Pretty good volume. Any requirement, as in what? You just have to, when the selections just no, there's no requirement. I just answer it like that. There is no requirement. Well, interest in Ford, I mean, obviously there's interest in Ford. Whether it's going to move very much now, I mean, it's 3.9 million, 3.9 million billion, sorry, in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to keep this active. It's starting to fade now. Yeah, I know. I saw the contract, but it's just not holding its gains on the FEIM. Contract was announced after hours yesterday. HYZN continues to move down here. Don't see any specific news on it. But whatever whatever the news is, which I cannot see, let's see if we even have something. Unless this is it, insider trading. And that's all I can see here. That's not even on my IB headline though. But maybe that's it. That was yesterday though. That was at 12:34. So that was at 12:30 yesterday. There are 123,000 shares at Interactive Brokers right now. To short, I'm not going to take the short right now. I don't know if I'll ever take the short, but it is available at Interactive Brokers. Well, it's just getting kicked. Now, take a look here. Where's the next? Looks like there is could be some support right around 8. Looking at that daily chart for HYZN. No. There's no recommendation. It's just, we're looking at a stock here that is moving down. Just have to watch it. This is not. It's not a recommendation. It's just. Look what's happening to it. There is the potential support, but it looks like it's crashing through that now. Who knows? It might bounce off this little support area. But the shorts are being snapped up in Interactive Brokers. When I last saw it, 131,000. Now they're 100,000. So there are shorts being snapped up. It's such a big area to try to really hold is at 8. If it crashes through 8, and the next lows are around 7. Okay, what time is it? 9:28. Sure, I've got time. If you click on my homepage link and go to the scan section, my homepage, you will see there's a scan section, and at the very top is a sample layout that I got, okay, along with a lot of other scans. And the sample layout looks a lot like this layout. Boy, this alt is looking really, boy, it's down 28%. Well, we have 1 minute to the open, everybody. Have a great trading day today. Come on. All right, we are now open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I gotta let things settle down a bit. Go-Go, guys, breaking over 14. Go-Go is breaking over 14. And Alf is fading now, badly. Look at that high up to 8.34, almost $1 now. Now, there were a couple in the earnings, on the option scan right off the bat. I'm not a massive fan of taking these right off the bat, but this obviously these are energy plays, rig and EQT. I'm just waiting for a break of 10 again, 11 again for alt. Here's GoGo, guys. GoGo, I just mentioned it, taking out 14. Did have news. Their revenue forecast, obviously higher than what they projected earlier. Big level for it to have taken out that 14 right there. GoGo. Another one that was moving, let's see, this PLAG. Yeah, this is a little strange. I mean, the CEO, the news was the CEO bought, I think it was 1.3 million shares at 260. It's way below that. Well, guys, ALT actually bounced quite a bit, so I don't know if it's going to take out that 10. That's a big bounce, big volume came in. And that's a big bounce, guys. That's a big bounce for ALT. Wow, GoGo is just flying here. GoGo is right here is the next highs. You're going to check this on the monthly chart. The next high for GoGo is 1613, 1438. Okay, so it's above that. 1490. So the next high looking left for GoGo on the monthly chart is 1490. What did it get up to? It got right to that high, almost to the penny. Well, my bias on alt was to short it, so Aaron. I was waiting for a big 11 break, so that my bias was to short it, not to go long. All right, so again, these are early in the option scanner. I'm not a big fan of the ones so early. I like to see things settle down a little bit, but the rig is moving. I mean, look at the alt. My goodness, I hope you got out of that. I hope you got out of that, William. I know you said you were short. You shorted around 11:30. I mean, that is that's a big bounce. Well, I was waiting for an 11 break, so I didn't take the trade, of course, on the short. I was just waiting for an 11 break, which did not happen. All right, well, let's see if Rig can move. I mean, it's over 4. It's got some room. If I look left, there it is, 404. It's over 404. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is at 513 or so. It's a big float, but energy play, energy sector, call it. You know what's crazy? I almost, I don't want to say what I almost did, but I saw IC after yesterday. I saw that it actually got up to 1805. Look at this now. This has just been I mean, yeah, I guess if you had the faith and just held it. Yeah, DATS is all over the place. I mean, I like this one still if it takes out that 12, what it did yesterday. It briefly did it for a while and then it just fell. Sorry guys, I just got to do something here. All right, now here's one in the option scanner. So FTI, wish it were an energy play. Well, it is, I guess, oil and gas. Okay, so it's in that sector, FTI. When we look left, what do we see? The next high on the weekly chart is 856, I think. Next high on the daily chart is 808, so it's got maybe, I don't know, some stumbling around at 8. I wish there were a little bit more room. Rig is actually working though, from 395 on a percentage basis up to 414. Not bad. So I'm talking about right here, okay? These are the early, I don't love them when they're that early, but right sector. It's obviously the right sector. Well, DATS is, I mean, it's a wild one, guys. I mean, you're going to trade this one. I traded this one several times yesterday. but I'm still waiting to see if it can take out this this high over here. It'd be an all-time high, of course. Now Alpha has come right back. I mean, look at this. There's a big downturn pre-market. Market opens. It's come right back. 8.2 million in the float. So this is a low float situation. You know, and this DMYI keeps popping up. This oh, on the way down. Okay. Oh, on the way down. Lots of room underneath. This is a SPAC. That says over 12, but again, guys, it's a, what's the float again? We don't have float in for, I think people have been talking about a 13 or something for it. Let me just do a check. $12.2, okay. Well, I'm gonna nag at Brad, who look what it did. I mean, I got up to that level and then it came right back down. Now GoGo is right back down. Lots of, a lot of action in the first 15 minutes, up down action. That's why I usually shy off. When I say shy off, I kind of meant back off. But nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45, and we're almost there. Yeah, the CEI, I mean, big float, 104 million in the float. Had a great 4-day run. Tremendous 4-day run. Basically a double. I mean, look at DATS, guys. I mean, it pops all the way to 1234. Now it's pulled underneath. 12 again. UNFI, let's see if there's any news that I can see for UNFI. Preliminary transcript of the earnings conference call. So, well, yeah, it's an earnings play. I guess it's an earnings play. That's what we have anyway. So, the other small one, GBR. So it's GBR, far less in the float than CEI. Far less. I think this was a Wall Street Bets favorite back here. You can just see what it did. So keep an eye on this one. Look what it got to. I mean, craziness. Got up to $30. I don't know. Let's take a look. Looks like it. Global Lithium and Battery Tech ETF. Looks like it. All right, guys, I'm out of the rig. Minor profit for the rig for me, minor. Okay, so this is the short natural gas. Okay, Alf, man, Alf, what a comeback! What a comeback here. So this is the pre-market high. Looks like around 836. Looks like it's coming into some resistance right around this 850 mark. Wow, CEI, no kidding. It's similar, yeah, because I've got the dock version and all, so, but it's similar. It's very similar. Well, it's called Barry's Layout. If you go to my homepage and right at the top it says Barry's Layout. So it'll look a lot like this. We have a halt. EEIQ, we have a halt. Well, ARCAD, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, obviously, all that news yesterday, market doesn't care. So I don't know what else to say about it. The NASA deal, 5-year NASA deal, yeah, it popped up, but it sold off all day, sold off after hours, sold off this morning. Not really sure what else I can add. Meanwhile, I did not get the short for HYZN, unfortunately. Go, guys. I mean, if it takes out 15, I mean, this could be go, gone. And we have another halt. Oops. We have another halt, ADIL. So ADIL just got halted. Ooh, this could be interesting. 16 million in the float. The next high looking left is 508. If it can take that 508 out, look at the room it's got, guys. So ADIL could be interesting coming out of the halt. Just absolutely getting crushed, this HYZN. Yuck. I'm saying yuck because I wanted to short this one and I just kind of delayed. I can't, no, geez, I can't. ARCAD, no idea. I mean, you know as much about ARCAD as I do, okay? Seriously. I mean, I had the news yesterday, but it's sold off and it's selling off today. So it sounds like you're in the trade and you may not have a stop. I don't know, because, you know, this to me is very uninteresting right now. It'll be very interesting to see where this opens. This ADIL. I see 481, 481, but I mean, that's probably not going to be the open. If it gets over 5 with that float, 16 million, it's got a ton of room. All right, well, CEI on the move here. CEI on the move, absolutely. I don't think it trades options. No, it doesn't trade options, so that's why it's not going to appear in my option scanner. Too bad. It's tech that's just getting kicked here. Look at tech. I mean, or look at the NAS anyway. SPY's down, so there is no disconnect right now. Let's just take a quick look at the sector, see if there's. I'm sure that the energy plays are probably still all up. Take a look. Okay, a little bit of a. Only 87% of them are up now, but look, everything else. Technology, communications. Where are you? Communications. Excuse me. So we're starting to get a couple that are down, a few down that are only 3. There are 3 down energy plays that are down from yesterday's close. And let's see, what did it open at? ADIL, did it break out over 5? The answer is no yet. See if I can stick an alert up here at 501 and see if it takes it out. Okay, let's take a look at my watch list here. So the CEI at 310 got up to, I think, 230. So that nice percentage move. The GBR from 6, what did it do from 6? Not much, 616, but it looks like some of these energy plays are now starting to fade. The ALF 819 got up to 841. So these would be quick. So really nothing shaking from my option scanner today yet anyway. Rig was okay. I mean, 395 up to 444 something or other. So it wasn't terrible, but nothing is really sustaining yet. I'm actually looking for something on the way down. There's nothing appearing on the way down in my option scanner. Oh, I know. Crazy, crazy, crazy run. Nothing from the AI yet. Yeah, this is a strong. I mean, it's an earnings play. Unfi's been very strong. It hasn't really had a big pullback yet. It's not. It's about 50% from its all-time high. So I can do some quick math. So I guess the all-time highs are on $88. All right, TNP. I'm hearing TNP. Another energy play. I think somebody might have mentioned it before. TNP energy play 11. Oh, it's actually an earnings play tomorrow before the market opens, unless they've announced early. But this is deep sea freight transportation. Just do a Google search, okay, Rocket, for options. There's tons of stuff. I mean, I don't trade options, so. But if you do a Google search on options, I'm sure you'll find plenty of resources online. Anybody in this room who trades options, a website for somebody who wants to learn the basics? All right, guys, I'm just still no AI alerts. All right, here's one. Go to options playbook. Okay, try that one. But just do a Google search. I mean, there's tons of stuff out there. I don't trade options, so I can't direct you to a specific website. No, there's no option because we don't scan for options. Okay, when you hear me referring to my option plays, I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, and I trade the stock. I don't trade the options. But because we don't scan for options, we don't have any education on that. Lots of stuff on the internet, guys. Just get the basics about, how to trade options. I mean, it's all out there. I don't know about going along anything. You're talking about a bounce. I don't know about going along anything on a bounce until the SPY stops moving down. I mean, you could get bounces, but your bounces will look a lot better if the sky stops falling. If the SPY stops falling, okay, they'll look a lot better. I mean, this is still getting just crushed. My big, I don't want to call it my miss because I knew I wanted it. I just got distracted just enough that I didn't want to chase it down, the HYZN. You know, now, I mean, there were 133,000 shares when I looked. Now there are 20,000. They were being snapped up like mad at Interactive Brokers. No covering yet. All right, so WTI did show up on the option scanner down on the way down, but I'm looking left here, and there is, looks like there's some pretty good support around 350, and there is also the 200-day moving average. So, you know, obviously an energy play going against yeah, just not a lot of option traders in the room, that's all. So I'd love to be able to give you, yes, go to this website and you'll know everything. But if you're just looking for basic knowledge about options, I mean, there's just tons of stuff out there. Anyway, enough on that. Somebody is suggesting this one, okay? So have a go with that one, okay? Tasty trade. Yikes, so this is another one of these EVs that is just getting battered along with the HYZN. Can't be too many shares left because I don't see any covering. Well, maybe no, I don't see any covering. All right, guys. Well, I'll tell you this: the AI has decided that Unfee should be a short now. Okay. All right. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I agree. As most of you know, I'm Canadian. I don't trade Canadian stocks. Just not enough liquidity. Not enough. You know, the U.S. market's the way to go. So, so there's no Canadian room. No. Let's take a look at this AEHR, and you know, this was a high flyer a couple of days ago. Kind of rested yesterday a little bit. Boy, it takes out this low of 1339. This could really get it. Actually, it takes out 14. I'm going to stick an alert just under 14 for AEHR, see if it takes it out. Man, look at that. Shakespearean, much ado about nothing. Look at this ADIL popped up, got halted, and then right back, and now it's negative. Man, oh man. That was yesterday, wasn't it? Or over the weekend? About Michael Burry? So not hardly anything from the option scanner. Again, all the early ones, you know, I'm not a big fan, but FTI, let's see if FTI can possibly come back. FTI, yeah, it doesn't look like it. Nah. Exactly. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, most Canadians who aren't involved in the stock market like we are on a day-to-day basis, of course. Though I would say that, you know, a lot of mutual funds were heavy into U.S. tech stocks. Anyway, we're talking about you know, trading intraday. All right, give me one more minute, please. All right. Well, the AI wasn't right about yet anyway about the UNFI got stopped out. All right, guys. CEI is still after the little pullback. So looking interesting. All the way up to 332. What a run! You're right. I mean, this is amazing. 144 just 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. I mean, if you want to go all the way back here, yes. Wow, look at CEI just pop right back up. Well, for fun, let's back this out. I mean, where could it keep going? 310 was the high looking left on the weekly chart. Let's back that weekly chart out a little bit further. See what we see. I mean, it's all exponential now. So have to look at the monthly chart. I have no idea where there's any resistance for CEI. Boy, no. Okay, I have to look how many shorts are now available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, there has been some covering. I don't know why. I don't know why anybody would be covering HYZN. There's absolutely no... Look at the 15-minute chart. It is straight down. Wow, HYZN, guys, I mean, look at from the alert here, even 767. All right, guys, go from the AI. I'm just checking this out. I mean, I'd love to see it take out 15. I mean, look at the room it's got if it can take out 15. Doesn't trade it does trade options. Actually, this will show up. You know what? This is going to show up in the option scanner if it hits 1488. Okay? Somebody was asking yesterday, I want to get it earlier. Well, I can tell you right now, all the filters are met except it just has to take out the high. You want it, I'm not saying to take it early, but that is what would trigger it. It has to have take out a new high, which is at 1488. Everything else is satisfied. All the other filters are satisfied. All right, I see the first green bar, maybe for HYZN, maybe. Okay, now this one is on the way down, I believe, DMYI. Ah, see, I just missed it. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with me. I should have had an alert set right here, the low of yesterday. And that trigger, now look at it. I mean, it could easily just fall right back down to 10. Is it just you? Well, I don't know what to say. Can you check the indexes? Dow's down 366. Nas is down 306. SPY's down 66. Yes, really bearish today. All right, well, this is holding, actually. TNP is kind of holding. It's a very low float. Has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. I mean, look at this market, guys. There's no bounce yet. I mean, zero bounce yet. So if you're trying to play bounce plays, be careful. You know, you'd like to see the market on your side a little bit. I'm not saying there are no bounces at all, but in my opinion, they'll be pretty small until this market, you know, stops moving down like this. Well, I have my alert set around that area real for GoGo later on. See if it takes it out. You know what I forgot to keep watching was that ALT. Man, what a, I mean, it's got all the way up here, up to 1280, and now it is starting to fall. Well, not starting to fall. It fell from 1260 down to 1131. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything happening other than, I don't see any, I certainly don't see anything like even basing and trying to move higher yet. Now, we may get another opportunity. I mean, the AI got stopped out of the unfee, but there would be a re-entry probably around 45 or so. I'm just looking at, it's about halfway between the entry and the stop. I'm going to stick an alert, just see if it takes it out later. I mean, it's very strong. I'm not saying to short it or anything, but all right, everybody. Well, it was 11:20 or 10:21. Fast and frantic morning, as they normally are. So, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the test drive. Everybody's favorite link. Morning, Thomas. All right, test drive link. You click on it, it says test drive October 11th to 22nd. You want to try us out for 10 trading days? Sign up now. It'll cost you $11.11. It starts on October the 11th. That is a little less than 2 weeks. That's a Monday. It goes to the following Friday. Okay, so that's 10 trading days you'll have for $11.11. You only get 10 days if you can take advantage from the 11th to the 22nd, okay? Don't want to mislead anybody. If you can't start on the 11th and finish on the 22nd, you'll get less than 10 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. And you'll have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to take a look at our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. You can also sign up. If you're going to take the test drive, strongly encourage you, I just got to get the link here. Okay, I just popped in the 20 lessons for non-subscribers, okay? If you're going to take the test drive, you should come prepared a little bit, The test, that link shows you how to create top lists, alert windows, single stock windows, like what the definitions of them all. So come a little bit prepared. Don't just start from complete scratch on the Monday. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do, nothing to unsubscribe from. All right, we don't put you into a subscription. That's a common question. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. The other thing is, if you sign up today, all you're doing is pre-registering. You'll get no data, live data, until the 11th, okay? So please, when you sign, read this. I don't think, they just don't read. I hate to say it, be blunt like that, but they say, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? Well, it starts on the 11th, okay? So that's number one. Number two, my home page. Well, the problem is that our support people get not inundated, but they get a lot of questions, and it's just they could be doing something a lot more beneficial than trying to answer questions by just telling people. If you read it, it would tell you. Well, there's GoGo, guys. There is GoGo. You're getting closer to that big 15 break. Still like to see the market maybe stop moving down, but this is an alpha stock. It's trading on its own. Look what it's doing compared to what the market is doing. So this is a real definition of an alpha stock. All right, I just put my homepage link in. Now, if you're in the main trading room, there's my tab. Okay, that's available all day long. If you click on that, I put the link in also, but here is the link. So when you do click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription. You can use the promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, and a monthly for premium and standard. So annual is, the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And the big difference is the AI, which we'll take a look at in a little bit. You don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228, less the 15% for the first month only, all right? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So the discount on our monthly is good for the first month only. Okay? There's no per day. There's no per day subscription. Next, on my homepage, a lot of information. That's why I'm always saying save my link. So these are 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And a lot of education is here. You click on that link. And the 20 introductory lessons, as I talked about before. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. Also, now, today is Tuesday, so if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a bit, but if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, you want to really dive into it, today Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Way more of an expert than I am on using a Brokerage Plus. Okay, so save those questions up, and I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break. Daily webinars. So we are on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. So there is not a webinar today. Okay, the next one is on Wednesday. Next week it'll be the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. We have more educational videos. Starting trade ideas from scratch. The AI channel. Back to basics. So again, if you're new to trading, great series. 36 short videos by Michael Noss. Starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is literally, you know, not teaching you how to trade, but giving you the basics of what to look for. And some trading ebooks. So again, a lot of information, including this section here. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to take a look at my scans. Here is a sample layout. I call it a sample layout because it doesn't look exactly like the layout you see, but very close. And also the moving higher with unusually strong options. Let's see if we get, GoGo just showed up there, but I'd have to wait for a 15 break. So a lot of information is here also. And just sizing my screen. All right, guys, GoGo is getting really interesting. If it pops through 15, you can just kind of see. And we've got a bunch of, it's in my option scanner, it's in the AI. 1490 is the high looking left on the monthly. And then the next high looking left on the monthly is 1613. So you can see why if it can somehow get over 15. So what they've done, so the news for today is basically a revenue forecast. Obviously the revenue forecast is greater than whatever they had before. Guys, here's the UNFI, UNFI. Watching the go-go, watching the go-go. Well, if you watching the go, why don't you just divide 30 into it? I'm sorry to be obtuse like this, but I mean, why can't you just divide 30 into it and you'll get the you'll get what it costs per day. I think, you know, without a discount, it's about $6 a day for premium, and I don't know, 3 something for on an annual basis for standard. Just go to the website, it'll be there. I'm just watching GoGo, guys. Guys, that go-go just flirting with 15. Flirting with 15. I'm just watching it, guys. Before I continue on my spiel, I want to see if we can take out 15. Touched it. Touched 15. Touched it again. Come on, take it out. Well, I'm going to have to reset my alert. Okay, just for you. I don't know why you get this fixation about how I'm presenting our data, but okay, just for you, Rocket. Whew, a lot of activity on our website, I guess. All right, $6.20 a day, okay? $6.20 a day. It will cost without even a discount for our premium service. Less for our standard. All right, guys. Well, I've got to keep watching this go-go to see if it takes out 15. Just have my alert set up here. All right. First of all, if you're new to the room, I should have said this. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. If you're going to build your own scans, then this is how you always start off with filters. You want to, there's, I don't know how many stocks there are out there, 10,000 stocks. So obviously, if I just wanted to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day without any filters, I'd be inundated with alerts. So that's how you always start off when you want to create your own scan. So, this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan between $1 and $20. Relative current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Okay? So you always start off with filters, and then you have a trigger. In this particular case, my trigger is a new high of the day or a new low of the day. So that's why we see these stocks here because these are real-time alerts. So if the filters were satisfied and the stock made a new high or a new low for the day, that's why I see these particular stocks today. Now, good thing about Trade Ideas, you do not have to learn a programming language. We've put together what we feel are enough alerts and filters. These are the filter icons. Previous to those were the alert icons. That if you want to create your own scan, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that with the right combination, you can create your own scan, okay? Now, you don't even have to create your own scans though, especially at the beginning. I'm sharing a lot from my home page. Just go to the scan section. And also, if you click on new, dog channel bar. All of these channels, they are themed. Themed channels. So for instance, there's a momentum channel. We created it for you. So if you want to take a look at this, but if you wanted to take an individual scan from a channel, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Okay, and again, that's in the lessons, saving things to the cloud. So you save it to the cloud. You can move on to another channel. Stock surging as an example. You take a look, the action is heating up right now. Maybe I want that one. So you can see hopefully you can see where I'm going with this. You can go through the individual channels, start extracting different windows, scans, saving them to the cloud, and then you can always bring them back from the cloud. File. File load from cloud. And if you'd save them, you would have seen them up here. You just click on it, load. So you can build your own layout without really having to know how to create a scan yourself. Now you can always adjust the values. For instance, if you take a look, if you want my basic new highs and lows, yes, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, but you might look at it, take a look at the summary, and you may say, you know what? I'd much rather have a different price range. 1 and 20, nah, I want 10 and 100. So you just make the change, 10 and 100. If I click on summary, you see that it is changed, and then you save that. Okay, so you can, of course, these are, this is what I like to do, but your idea might be a little bit different. So it's very simple. So you don't even have to know how to create scans yourself at the beginning or ever. If you never want to create your own scans, that's fine. Lots of volume coming into GoGo too. Look, the volume has not let up, guys. That's the beauty. Look at the volume. It has not let up at all. Yeah, remember I said, the option volume is increasing, the percentage is increasing, and remember I said if you wanted to take that one earlier, I said it would, when it hit 1488, it would trigger in the option scanner. So 1489. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the trades window, okay? You do that, this is what you'll see. Not these two up here, but you'll see this window right there. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You notice here, there's the GoGo at 1455. At 1512 now. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You notice that the first alert was at 10:10. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, it's you can use it like a watch list like I do all day long. Okay. I like the ones under 15, so wink wink. Guess which one I liked? Go, 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 go. Sorry for the shameless cheerleading. Well, guys, I don't think there's any doubt what's going to be the stock of the day for me today because, a lot of different confirmations. Number one, the AI at 1455. I didn't take it here. Number two, my options scanner, 1489. Okay, so a lot of confirmations. I don't know where it's going. Well, you know what? Why don't you just take the test drive, okay? I'm talking to Rocket League. Just take the test drive. You'll get a good feel for it, and if you like it, you can always sign up. If you don't sign up. All right, guys, I want to talk a little bit about this Brokers Plus window. And again, because today is Tuesday, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. You have a lot of questions about Brokers Plus. Save them for him. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Okay, so I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus, and in there are two videos. The first video, the short video, shows you how you can, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, how you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade either of those two accounts. But as always, please listen really carefully. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. You can use any broker you want. Okay? It's just that this is a feature that we have that you can use if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Not mandatory to use it. The second video is about 26 minutes long. Michael put that together. Goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. No point in going there, Guy, yet. When I'll take a break. I moderate the room at the same time, okay? As I'm doing in this main room. It's just that when I take a break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in, and then you can head over there if you want. I mean, if you want to save the YouTube link now, fine. But don't go over there now because, well, if you're listening, you'll get an echo and all of that. So there's no reason to go over there now. But here is the link. All right, now the other big reason to use this Brokerage Plus window is as a paper trader, simulation trading, okay? Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Okay, we've got a great simulator. It uses our real-time data, doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? So it uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. I always like to demonstrate this on a pullback just to show you how you can play it on a pullback. A lot of people would like to do that as opposed to just take the stock maybe near the highs of the day. So let's just say we wanted to take GoGo at a pullback maybe to this level right here, 1489. Okay? I'm going to put 300 shares. I'm going to put 1489 in both boxes. Both in the price and the stop box, and I'm going to click buy, and guess what happens? You get a big blue line on the chart. So if GoGo goes down to 1489, it'll take the trade, all right? Now, at some point, if you don't, you don't have to leave this in here. If you don't like the way it's trading or you don't like what's happening with the market, all you have to do is just go to your orders and right-click and cancel it, okay? Now, let's take a trade and let's talk a little bit about placing stops and money management, okay? Okay, I just want to show you the mechanics of doing this. I'm not saying I would take this trade, okay, but I want to show you the mechanics of all of this. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. Okay, so it took the trade at 12.25. I'm going to put a stop at 12.05. I'm going to explain why I'm putting it at 12.05, and this is just to make the math easy. So when you get into trading, how I trade anyway is I'll always have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working for me. I always know ahead of time, so when I take a trade, I know where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. So to make the math easy, I put the stop at 12.05. Notice the entry was 12.25. Notice that happens to be 20 cents away, not because I put a 20-cent stop on every trade. So this is where the practice comes in, because you might be saying to yourself, okay, I kind of get the idea. I should be out of a trade at a certain price, but how am I possibly going to know what that price is? What I do is I size up the chart. I kind of get an idea where I think there is a support level. If it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Others might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or a 15-minute candle, or a moving average. You just have to get comfortable about how you're going to place your stop, where you're going to place your stop, okay? And that's only going to come with practice. So it looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Notice that red line is right there at 12.05. Notice it says 97.50, close enough to 100. Why 100? Okay, I just got stopped out. Just took me out for a $100 loss, okay, in the simulator. So why was that $100? Why did I take 500 shares? Well, the entry was 12.25. The stop was 20 cents away. So if you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always, for demonstration purposes, I'm risking $100 a trade. So why 500 shares? Pretty simple math. If I divide the difference between my entry and my stop, which was 20 cents, I divide that into $100, I get 500 shares. So the way I trade, I'm varying the number of shares that I take. I don't take 500 every trade, or 1,000 or 100, or a fixed number. It's always going to be based on how much I'm wanting to risk per trade, and I keep that risk amount virtually the same, okay, for every trade. And so and then I divide the difference between my entry and my stop into how much I'm willing to risk, and that gets me my share size. A little bit of math to go through. That's why you got to practice, practice, practice. The other big thing is to try to obey your stop. Notice I left the stop in there and I got stopped out. Sometimes it's very hard to obey your stop. You cannot believe a trade is not working. When I go into a trade, I'm actually, it sounds contrarian. I'm looking for all sorts of reasons to not take a trade. Okay? Somebody asked me the other day, well, what are my reasons? Well, it can vary from trade to trade, but one of the big ones is I'm always looking left, daily, monthly, and weekly chart to see how much room does it have before it's going to hit the next high. Because most of everything I do is always at a high of the day or near the low of the day. So I'm always interested to see, okay, if it keeps going, where is it going to hit the next high? So if I see enough room, I can put a check mark. Okay, fine. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. But if all my reasons are satisfied, then I'll take the trade. But guess what? Sometimes it just still won't work. So sometimes it's very hard not to obey your stop. You start second guessing. You start thinking, well, maybe my stop was too tight, so I'm going to start reducing it. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. So, that's why you should practice, practice, practice. Get used to obeying your stop. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. Once Once you start trading real money, emotions come into it. And you know, it's easy to take a loss in a simulator, not so easy when it's your real money. Okay? All right, so the Gogo had that little bit of a pullback, but it still looks pretty good. The news on Gogo was a revenue forecast, which obviously the forecast was more than what they had forecasted before. Gogo increases long-term financial targets. Yeah, so they've upped their forecast. So that's the news for Gogo. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just hoping that Gogo can really pound its way through that 1520 and keep moving. I mean, there's still room. You look left. What do? I look left. 1613 is the next high looking left. That's about $1 away on the monthly. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you know, at least I know that. And it's the same on the weekly. Okay, so it still has some room, even though it's up 24%. It's not a crazy low float. It's not crazy high. ONDS, I noticed this one's showing up. ONDS through that 9. What's the next high looking left is 950 on the monthly chart. On the weekly, 950, 950. So, I mean, it's got some room to 950. What's the float? 31 million. And it's through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news. It did do an Edgar filing last night at what time is that? 8 o'clock last night. So I guess whatever they put in there looks reasonable. At least the market's reacting that way. Okay, guys, be careful on the Gogo on that 15 break. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh man, I didn't even realize that. Oh, and shoot, I did not realize that ONDS was in my option scanner. Man, oh man, at 880. Ah, and it's through the 200-day moving average at 888. Yeah, I missed that one while I was talking about something else, I guess. Big miss, big miss. That's a great percentage move. 880 to 920, whatever. Got to trade them though. You have to trade them. You can't assume they're just going to keep moving higher. Ah. Well, you guys can say the bad words for me. I I can't say it unless I mute myself. Becca. And here she is, the thundering hooves. Oh man, ONDS guys, this is a fantastic one. Fantastic. Okay, Chloe. In case you're wondering, here she is. Ah, man, oh man, guys, this is an awesome one from the, seriously, from the scanner. Even if you waited for the 9 break for ONDS, now the next high looking left, I think I said it was 950, I believe. Meanwhile, Alf is making new high after new high now after a very choppy day. Big pop in the pre-market. Some news. Actually, I couldn't see that. That's right. Announced a partnership of some sort. Pulled back. Looked like that was it. Popped. Pulled back. Trying to move again. Low float. 8.2 million in the float. Yeah, so Rocket League, you understand, I just can't keep this ongoing dialogue with you all day long, okay? I mean, it's great to chat, but, you know, we're here to trade. All right, is this one a shortable one? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, you know, at some point, you know, it's going to become, again, all these ones in the, from my option scanner, you know, especially if they go a little bit parabolic, you can always turn around, find a short entry, and go both ways with them. And another, oh, I'm sorry, this got halted again. I'm sorry, I thought I heard my halt sound alert, but I guess not. Yeah, excellent. I mean, you know, I just pointed it out. You know, the option scan, I mean, if things get kind of parabolic, you can always turn around and short them. That's why I always call this, it's a watch list, all right? It's a watch list. You don't get so hung up on, well, I didn't get in right at the penny. It is a watch list. You can watch these stocks all day long. They can set up at various times during the day. Yeah, you guys were talking about blue. Look at this one, straight up. Look at the room it's got. We looked at this one. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it showed up on the option scanner at any point. Not today, of course, but maybe last week, maybe or 2 weeks ago on that move here. I do remember seeing this one because we had to look at it and go, "Wow, look at the room looking left, and look at the volume." Why does AIKI not show up on any one of my filters? I know there's going to be a reason for it, and the answer is because I don't trade anything under $1. Okay, that's the reason. I think my minimum is $1 here, so that's why. Sorry guys, DBRG should say. This is this came on the option scan on the way down. Is it? Yes, it is. You know what? If it takes out 6, I mean, obviously there's no holding it. I'm going to stick an alert at 6, just see if it takes that out later on in the day. So here's another, some of these EV plays that were high flying. There's another one, Go EV 789. Below that whole number, look left. What do you see? 751. That might be a little too close, to short it. No, I just find them. I mean, listen, there's no such thing, I suppose, as reliability in any price range. I just find them very unreliable under $1. So I just don't do it. I just shy away from it. Stocks that finally make it over $1, I'll take a look at. But no, there's too much other stuff for me to see. I just don't want to waste my time with stocks under $1. I'm not saying, obviously, I mean, this has been pointed out several times, some of these pink sheet stocks that go from like a penny to 30 cents. I get it. I just don't, but for that one that does it, 50 others won't. So I just choose not to trade anything under $1. It's why I have a price range of 1 to 20. Why is it 20? Just personal preference. I'm comfortable in that range. All right, Gogo, you're still in play. Gogo, you're still in play. Market is still weak. There's a little glimmer of hope right there in that green candle right there, but it is still weakening. All right, round 2 or round 3 or whatever you want to call it for go-go, guys. All right, so look what happened with the go-go. Remember I was saying I put in an order on a pullback, so that's what happened. It took the trade, okay? I talked about this yesterday also. These 3 columns right here, today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Really good columns to have to judge how well you are managing your trades, okay? So for instance, now again, I let that stop in there for the out. I got stopped out. Now again, all of this is in the simulator. So what it's telling me right now, the distance from the exit price. Now I have to obey my stop, of course, but now it's 10 cents above it. So that might be telling me, hey, what? Maybe you could get back into it. Number 1. That's not the real reason I use this though. Look here, today's profit, max P&L. They're about the same. It's probably go-go is almost at the high. You know, it's almost at the high. So what this is telling me is that if I got out absolutely at the high when if I'm still in this trade, I would have been up $99. At this point, I'm up $82. So what you would not want to have happen is to see, you know, say a $100 profit, number 1, turn into a loss, okay? Or, you know, let it fall in half, you know, as it starts to sink. You may want to take some out. These are hotkeys. Flatten. If I highlight the trade, highlight it. If I highlight here, highlight it. If I flatten, that takes me out of the trade. This gets me out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay. So very important to keep an eye on this, you know, because people are always saying, well, gee, how do I maximize my profits? Look, there's no way you're going to get out at the absolute penny high. Okay. But it's a good idea. Now, when you do get out of the trade, then looking at the distance from the exit price. If you were long on something, what you want to see eventually, you want to see a big negative number, distance from the exit price, because that's telling you that, okay, I got out and now it's getting below where I got out. You would say to yourself, congratulate yourself and say, good, that was obviously a pretty good exit. Yeah, I'll get into hockey a little later, but yeah. Nice short, William, on the ONDS. Comp. Okay, not interested. All right, guys, I'm just going to basically wait for my next one from the option scanner. And see what that might bring us. Just candlesticks, just candlestick charts. All right, guys, things are finally starting to slow down a bit. Now, this ONS may bounce from here, guys. You know, the longer it holds 9, the better. But as always, volume. Need volume. Imagine getting a little volume bar like that, pushing it up through 9. What did it get to, by the way? It got up to 937. What did I say the next high was? Look at that. I mean, it's amazing. You know, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart was 940. What did it get to? It got to 937 within 3 cents before it just said nope and just turned around. So if you ever wonder why am I always looking left to see how much room there is and why I'm always aware where that high is, that's the reason. You see this just so many times, even though it's just one weekly candle. It's amazing how many times a stock will just stall because it sees the next high. Well, let's take a look at the sector status, and let's take a look at what the sectors are doing. My guess is that even oil, when we last looked, they weren't all up, or the energy, I should just say oil. Yeah, look what's happened, my goodness. So we are seeing, you know, energy at the beginning, you know, pre-market, basically, well, that was 100%, which meant 100% of the stocks making up XLE were up from yesterday's close. Now look, only 60% of them are. So there's a sell-off now, even in energy. There's not one great sector, guys. I mean, you can say energy is still, but it's selling off. Comment on Alfie? You mean Alf, right? You don't mean Al. That's the name of the company. Yeah, we saw this in the pre-market. I had the nice pop. I know there is some, Phase, what's the news on it? Again, trading higher. Company announced a partnership with Vistar or Vistar Media, etc., etc. So there was some news on it. It's a very low float, so you've got to be awfully careful. It is traded the float, 4 times right now. Divide that float, 8.2 into 33 million, and you're going to get just over 4. Okay, so I mean, all I can say, look, the trend's up on a 5-minute chart, but it's pretty choppy still. Also, what do you see looking left? 862 is the next high looking left on the daily. What did it get up to? Got up to 867. So yeah, it got a few pennies above it, but that seems to want to stall it right now. The go-go still looks interesting, guys. I mean, it's basing very nicely above that 15. Still looks interesting, I think. I mean, it still has the room when you look left. I mean, it still has the room to the 16 level. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's the next high. So the longer it bases here, the better. Do I have gapping, UNFI, gapping? So what do you mean by that? I mean, I know what a gap is, but on a 5 minute, I don't see any like big gaps, like all of a sudden a trade down here and then one up here and not orderly. No, not in my 5 anyway. You can see my 5 minute chart. Oh, you're talking. So you're not using. You're talking about your Thinkorswim charts. So you want to buy it at 1535? Just put 1535 in both the price and the stop. Okay, so if I did that right now for GoGo, I think I know what you mean. So you want to buy it at 1535? So you put it in both the price and the stop, okay, and then click buy, and then that line will show up. So if it goes to 1535, it'll take the trade. Is that what you mean? Just a minute, please. Okay, well, you just saw what I did, Versi. Now listen, 11:21 at noon, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room, okay? And he is way more of an expert on using Brokerage Plus than I am. But I just demonstrated, just by putting it in the price and the stop box, and I click buy, so there's that blue line. So if this is what you're trying to achieve, to take whatever number of shares you want at 1535, there's the blue line. So if it gets to 1535, it'll take the trade. Okay? I don't know, within IB, I can't tell you that. Okay, I can only tell you in Brokerage Plus. But if you're connected to your IB account, it'll be the same. But you know what? If you can hang on for about 40 minutes, Michael Noss will be there, and maybe he has a different take on it. Yeah, just put it, I mean, well, okay, first of all, are you connected to your IB account in Brokerage Plus? Or you're just talking about using the simulator in Brokerage Plus? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The reason I say that, I mean, okay, when you say not at the moment, I don't know what that means. I should never ask two questions. So you're in the simulator. Because I don't want you to be connected to your IB account and then following this in case that is not completely correct, okay? Oh, okay, you're in the simulator. Okay, well, this will work. Okay, this will work. Just put it in both the price and the stop. Why both? I have no idea. That's what I've been doing forever, and it seems to work. So, okay, guys, look, ONS is having a nice little move on some volume off 9, okay? ONDS. Now, the spread's a little 6 cents, but look at the volume that is coming in. It's trying to curl maybe back. Again, it got up to 938. Not a lot of room. Well, I think they are. I'm seeing other posts, people saying they're having a problem with Thinkorswim. Okay, so Jado is doing this. Well, Jado, I think somebody else, Zorro. So the answer is yes. You're not alone having problems with Thinkorswim. I can suggest a really reliable brokerage program called platform called Interactive Brokers. 5 years, no problems. But horrors, they do charge half a cent a share. I still love to know how the fills are on the free platforms compared to IBs. Anyway. All right, guys. Wow, the ONDS guys. I mean, just mentioned it off that 9 break. Hey, listen. I mean, if it takes out that 943, then 10 is the next high. Sorry, 937. I'll get it right. 950. You know, William, you're right. I looked at that this morning, and I think somebody posted that shipping rates went from 2,000 to 20,000 or some crazy thing, or 3 to 20. So when I saw Globus this morning, and it's an earnings play and they can't make money, you know, you got to wonder. Exactly, off the charts, and yet Globus can't make money. I have no idea what IB charges for simple options. I don't trade options, so I have no idea. You don't know how to use the odds maker? The back tester? Okay, first of all, so that was a question I have in there, tech support. Are you a premium server? Are you a premium subscriber, number one? I'm talking to URD Newbies 22. You are, okay. Well, you have to take an alert window. Okay, you create what you think might be a good strategy. Just 1 second, please. It's just my headset ran out. Just a sec. Okay, I'm back. So you start off with an alert an alert window where you've created what you think might be a good strategy, and you just right click, back test strategy. Now, I'm not, back testing is a real, it takes a lot of time, okay? But literally, you just do that, and then you just simulate the buy, or if you're shorting, and then after that, I'll just do it in here just to show you what it kind of looks like. But you can have a start time, you can have a finish time, you can do all sorts of different things. But here's where it becomes. I just want to have this thing finish. Okay, so right there, terrible strategy, right? I mean, look at the equity curve, nothing. Now, you can try to optimize it, and I'm not going to get into it any big deal. In fact, if you want at noon, Michael does a lot of back testing and stuff, but you go to the optimization, you might find a time of day that is better. You might find you might find a price range that seems to be a better, you might want to eliminate some price ranges. You might find a time of day that's better. Okay, this is where, there's no hints on how to do all this. It's a lot of work. You have other filters that you can take a look at and add. There's a lot of work involved. Most of our customers do not backtest, but that's how you start. Okay, so when you say how to use it, it's pretty simple, the mechanics of it, but now comes all the hard work. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so Rocket League, is there ever? Of course. Ever is a long time. Yeah, if a stock trades well, finishes well, and there's a lot of room looking left on the monthly, daily, weekly charts, yeah, you can make up your mind. You say, yeah, you know what, I want to hold it. All right, go, go. Well, let's see how close you can get to 16 even. I don't know. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in to the room. I'll be taking a break in about 20 minutes or so. All right, so again, you have more involved questions about using Brokerage Plus, then head over to YouTube when I take my break. Yeah, see, I don't backtest our RD newbies, okay? Okay, so what you're saying is that you have created a strategy and it's only 50%. I don't backtest at all. Okay, so you're asking me, do I have any great backtesting? I don't backtest at all. Takes too much time. I mean, I use the AI does any sort of backtesting. The AI is what I'll look at, but I don't backtest at all. Now again, if you want to head over to the YouTube room, Michael Noss does a lot more backtesting than I do. You know, you can ask him the same type of question, but I mean it's now all about trying to optimize it. But no, I mean the bottom line is I don't have anything. I don't have any strategy that it backtests well. No. What I have are alerts. Okay, ideas. We actually went over this yesterday. Even though this is my favorite scan of all time, if I backtested this, it would look terrible. I don't care. I want to see the alerts from it, and then I make up my mind how I want to trade it. The other thing you should be aware of too is even if you backtest a strategy and it looks really good, you're getting 60, 70% win rate and all that, it can degrade in a very short period of time. It could degrade in a few days or a week. Degrading meaning, hey, what's happening? I'm not getting I'm getting alerts, but they don't seem to be working. That's when you have to go back and start tweaking all your filters, maybe adding a filter, taking one in and out. It is a tough process. Again, very, very few of our customers do any back testing. All right, guys, I'm just following an email internal discussion at Trade Ideas. Well, obviously key for it to try to hold 15 again for the go-go. Yeah, I think you guys have been talking about thinkorswim charts. Well, they obviously appear to be way off. Oh, I don't have a 1 minute chart up, but I'll put one. I'll put a 1 minute. 57. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's pretty wild. That's a pop from 1256 to 1335 within a minute. That's a big. Appears to be correct though. Oops. Oh my goodness, guys. I'm hearing ONDS, and the only way I'm hearing ONDS is that it's making a new high. So ONDS gave two trades. I mean, it gave the great alert from the option scanner, almost straight up from $8.80 right up to $9.30, and then it gave you an opportunity to short it if you wanted to. Now, key area, I think 940. I think it was 940. Yeah, 940, guys, was the next high looking left, and then after that it was 950. These are on the weekly charts. After that, I mean, it's got a shot to get close to that 10 level. Not saying it's going to get there. Again, guys, it's sitting right at this level, this ONDS, sitting right at this level at 940. Has 950, and then maybe a shot to get to that 10 level. If you're asking me, I know it's heretical to say it, but I don't have a trading journal. It's in my head. So others might have a different take on it. See if there's news. I don't see any news on ONDS. I see nothing, really no action in the pre-market. So I don't see any news on it. Definitely not in, a great sector today. I mean, the communication sector is certainly not alive and kicking. So something's happening with it. Market is still, trying to move down a bit. Yeah, I don't look at the RSI, Tom, that closely. All right. I mean, I just really just sort of stare at the charts. You know, for me, go holding 15 was going to be the key thing for me. I'm not really too aware of what the RSI is. I'm not saying that a person shouldn't be, but you know, a lot of people will look at an RSI and they say, oh, RSI is at 80, 85, it's got to fall. Not necessarily, of course. It just means it's still strong, strong, strong. I mean, eventually, will stocks eventually fall? Of course, but I don't use the RSI as a predictive saying, okay, this RSI is at 85, it's going to fall now. I'm hearing EVLO. So this was a big one yesterday. EVLO. Okay. So it was, well, when I say big, I mean it's sold off though, and now it's trying to come back. It's above yesterday's high, of course. The next high looking left is 897. Oh, I didn't see. No, I'm not. I just didn't see the ONDS. I must have missed that. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, okay, so there. It's funny. I mean, it just doesn't have any news in IB. It's interesting. Usually IB will have something, but I couldn't see any. But yeah, I mean, it looks great. I mean, it's just 10. It's right at that 940 level. Ugh, Shamath's IPOF. Oh my goodness. Okay. Surprised it didn't show up on my option scanner. You know what? No, the option volume percent is too low. I haven't seen one of his for a while. Well, guys, the longer this ONDS holds this area, and if it pops through here, this 940, 950 level with some volume, this could really, I mean, I think 10 is going to be tougher to get through, but look at that. That's the high of about 4 months ago, 5 months ago. And it's it's not a low float. It's certainly not a high float. All right, well, the go-go it's trying to hold 15. Yeah, I mean that 940, 950 is just proving too tough for it right now anyway to get through for the ONDS right now. Because I mean that's going to be. I'm going to stick an alert up here around 950, see if it takes it out. All right, guys. Let's see what happened here with the unfee. Okay, so unfee happens every now and then. I see there were two alerts for it, one long and one short. All right, guys. Again, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I'm getting set to take my break, do my video and all. Just waiting for Michael to show up. It's about 11:53 right now, so I just want to confirm. Yes, it is. Okay, he just told me he'll be in a bit. So again, you have questions about using Brokerage Plus. Now, see, I left this in on purpose, guys. Look at the go-go, okay? Up 123, now down 105, okay? You would not let that happen. I left this in on purpose just to show you how you have to start looking at your P&L. You wouldn't want to let $123 turn into a $107 loss, as an example. Best way to learn is to see, Look at your losses. This could be turning into a short now, the go-go. Keeping an eye on this go-go. See if it really wants to collapse from here now. I mean, it could get held, well, I mean, it could get held up down here, but that'd be, I'm just going to keep watching this. Well, the longer it holds under 15, this go-go. All right, there's the ONDS. I hope you're, well, I don't know if you're listening to me anymore, Zach, but I think you just had a scalp short on it. On the move here, guys, ONDS. And, okay, go on the way down. Now let's see how close it gets to 10. Go on the way down. Go on the way down. We have a halt. Okay, this is an IPO, guys, I guess. Probably a pretty interesting one. Look at AMPL. This is an IPO just released. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what the IPO, well, maybe in the news will tell me. I'm assuming this is an IPO. Opened at 50, yes, opened at 50, so let's see if ONDS can take out that 50 again. There's a lot of volume that came in. Yeah, I can see that the CEI, yeah, I mean, you can't, but you know what? I mean, look again, if we just take a quick look at the sectors and look what happened with energy. Not that CEI should be really tracking it that closely, but maybe it was. But look to what's happening with energy. Remember at the beginning, I went over this in the pre-market. Let's see if that percentage has changed. Yeah, look at this. We're almost 50-50 now. I mean, before the market opens, 100% of the stocks were up. 100%. Now it's 60-40. 60% are up. And that is decreasing. Okay, guys, ONDS back over 950. Volume is still picking up. Looking at that 15-minute, I'm looking at this 15-minute chart here. Look at the volume. It's a direct listing? Okay, maybe that's why I'm not seeing it. Direct listing. Interesting. Bypassing everybody. Well, IPO was at 50, so far a little bit above the IPO price. So Michael, okay, thank you very much. You're good timing.
All right, let me test the sound here. That looks like that worked fine. Mute that so I don't hear myself. And then let's just switch over to that one. Just wait for that to show up on stream there. Perfect. Awesome. Well, welcome to everyone watching. Again, if this is your first time here and you don't know what's going on, it's basically we give Barry some much deserved time off and open up the room to questions and answers about kind of anything that you guys may have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So I will be here kind of for the next hour, and we'll got any questions about trading or trade ideas or anything like that, please fire them away in the chat. The more questions you guys ask, the less waffling on about random stuff you'll hear me do, which will be a good thing for everybody, I think. So we're down a little bit today. I know every time we down tick, there's a fair amount of fear and panic out there, but this particular index that you're seeing here is what I look at personally to represent the market. The SPY to me is just way too weighted, talking 25-30% into Apple, Apple, Google, Microsoft, those big names, right? We know those are very heavily weighted when it comes to these types of things. So I like to look at IWM a lot because I trade a lot of those lower cap stocks, and you can see we've just kind of been in a range here for the entire year. And then I also like to look at RSP, which is the same stocks as the S&P 500, except they're equally weighted instead of what they call cap weighted. So I'm really looking at this kind of 152 area to see, what the close is on that, either higher or lower. just to kind of get my own, this is what I think of the market type of thing out of the way. One thing I will notice this time, where the last few sell-offs I didn't see it at all, is the VXX is moving up a bit. It's not huge. Again, it's nowhere near that, Evergrande spike thing, but we're moving up a little bit on there. Gold still down a bunch. Right, kind of the worst investment you could possibly be in for the last year and a bit is gold. And then looking at the strength alerts, a lot of them seem to be doing pretty well in comparison. This ERF was just awesome on Monday. Got some there at the open. I sold out a little bit before 8 today. That was good. FBP is looking interesting. One that I'm stalking for an entry is actually this AKTR. Basically just seeing if we can hold, if we can close kind of above this area. I may take it on the close. Just big strong push up and then a little bit of a pullback off 100. So to be expected. What else am I looking at here? Ear. This one's been just hammered. But even with the market down what it is, this one's been actually holding a little bit. So I've got my eyes on this. Just go in, I guess, probably better to look at like a 30-minute chart. And you can see after the big gap down, it's been just kind of holding ever since. This kind of 675 seems to be an important level for it. So we'll see what's going to go here for just an intraday to few day swing. If the rest of the world's selling, generally what I like to do is I like to look for just what's not selling. I like just to go and say, hey, if they're selling everything off, which in this case they're definitely not selling everything off, but what's holding? Where is the money going? Where's the money flowing into? And that's more or less what I'm going to take a look at, as opposed to looking at trying to pick bottoms, right? I think that's common, is people go for what's pulled back the most on pullback, and I would argue that's kind of exact opposite of what should be done. You should take a look at what people aren't selling, and then that's going to give you the best clue of what to do next, right? If they're not selling off something like ear today, well, maybe people are using this as an opportunity to get into or to cover shorts or something like that on weakness. So the TI strength, you're going to find a lot of that relative strength in that pretty frequently, just because that's kind of how that just generally works. But a lot of these names to me anyway look like they may be holding very well. Like I'm looking at box here. You can see that we have this level here in through here and then up here. So that support seems to be working there. FBP. Right. As long as we're holding above this kind of area, these highs here on FBP, that's an interesting one, even though this one's a bit of a slow mover. But as long as we're able to hold above there, I think that's a pretty interesting look. Other than that, from an intraday point of view, I am looking at this CEI. Just fell out of bed here entirely. Let's, I guess, zoom in a little bit. Let's do a 5-minute chart. Right, this thing was rallying up this morning, and then in way less time than it took to rally, some seller came in and just smacked it. So now that we're bouncing back up into this kind of resistance area, I may look for shorts off of $3. Basically, kind of just do one of those. As long as we're holding below this area, try to stay short, and above that, it's probably where I'm going to be wrong there. And this ALT is interesting too. I've been watching this all day. Just big gap down and then strong pushed up. So whatever, the news gap down was, that seems to be kind of negated now. It's no longer bad news. Whatever happened, it's good news. Just took a small short on that one, just while there's no questions. I figure I'll dabble in from 85. Just looking at it struggling here against this $13 area right after this big push up. So just gonna see, maybe we'll fall back into the low 12s or something. Risk a tiny bit to make hopefully more than a bit. Is always the name of the game. And then I've been watching a lot of the EV stuff, because that actually seems to be bucking the trend a little bit too when it comes to just what's going on out there. A lot of these EVs have been popping. I know Tesla, I think it's down now, but it was up a little earlier today. Yeah, so if you look at this and then you look at the SPY, that's kind of what I'm talking about with relative strength. Is whatever people are worried about in the market, they're not worried about it when it comes to Tesla. So it means maybe a lot of these other electronic vehicles. And I think a lot of this was the Ford news that they were reporting some interesting updates and changes. They're going to get into battery tech, and they're going to try to increase kind of what the market's doing and all of that. Yeah, email address is info trade, just typing it in here. So you can just send an email there and CC me on it. Just put attention Michael If it's a technical thing, you're probably better just to write that in, though, because that's where a lot of our people that work in support land. I don't spend a lot of time in support myself. I do a lot of the building and things like that, algorithms and that type of thing. So if it's something I can answer here, then for sure I'll do that. If it's technical support, again, just send it in there and they'll take care of you. No problem. Let's see what's going on in Barry's channel. Again, guys, here to answer any questions you guys may have when it comes to trading or trade ideas or anything like that. So feel free to ask away. Sometimes those lead to some pretty cool discussions about things. CEI is still just chopping around this $6 or so, or this $3 or so. Interesting candle so far, right? Big. Oops, where are you going? Come back here. Yeah, big rip up in the morning and then a big crash and right by the open right now. So far it's kind of putting in a little doji, a long-tailed doji here in the daily. So it'll be interesting to see, if and when that resolves itself. For me, I'm just looking a little bit short on this. Bounced. Gonna see if that bounce fails, and I don't know, maybe takes a shot at 250, which would kind of be the prior highs here from the other day. Might be an interesting place to take a shot at. Just waiting to see if we break under that $3 area there. Hey, Greg. So basically, question about Brokerage Plus, thinking about switching platforms, opinions. I love Brokerage Plus myself as a much simpler way. I personally trade through Interactive Brokers, but I'm not a big fan of their trader workstation platform. I find Brokerage Plus simpler. If you're already a Trade Ideas user, Brokerage Plus I think is definitely the way to go, just because things like the order showing up on your charts will be a thing. Taking a look at being able to do some basic auto trading, I think is good once you've kind of got some basic understanding of the system, and then you can go from there. But for me, Brokerage Plus through Interactive Brokers works well. It also works with E-Trade, but as a Canadian, there's no option for E-Trade up here, so I don't really have any experience on how well they work. But it's about what you're planning on doing. If if you're planning on doing some auto trading and you wanna let some of the orders or trading scripts where you can right click on the chart and say, hey, I want you to enter here and put the stop at the high of the day and risk me $50 and all of that. And that's what Brokerage Plus does really, really well. But again, it's all about what you're after personally. So Iris is asking about the colors. You just right click on any one of your chart if you're on the latest version, and you just go down to background colors, and then you can change them to whatever you want. So you can make, these are just the ones that are in Barry's channel, but you can make them, I don't know, hot pink if you really want it. Ugh, I don't know if I'd recommend that, but you certainly could. And then another question about the short squeeze channel. So if you ever want to know what the color coding on something like this means, you can actually just right click and under properties, select colors. And it will kind of show you right here. So this one, for example, you can see it's highlighted change from the close. So that means that the colors are changing based off of change from the close. And then you can actually see all of the numbers that are used here as well. So if it's kind of 25%-ish change from the close, that's the color code that it's getting. If it's getting a little higher, right, it gets more green. 0 is neutral, and then the more red it goes from there. But you can also do it per individual row if you want, just by right clicking on the row and go custom color options for change from the close, and you'll see here as well. So right, this, anything that's 10 is going to be dark green. Anything that's up 1% or so is going to be light green. Anything 0 again will be neutral, and then the other way it will get red, more red depending on how it happens. So if you want to go any specific one, you can just go and right click and check. But generally speaking, what they're just going to do is whatever, whatever you're looking at that time, that's going to be what is color coded. Like whatever the creator of the scan or yourself thinks is important, it's best to make that colorful, just so then it will pop out in your eyes. So just find data points that you think are cool and interesting, and then go from there. How do you add the ticker and time frame to a chart? Well, you can just, if you click on the chart and just start typing, it will change the symbol for you. So that's how you just change symbol. When it comes to time frame, we got this little clock guy. Two ways to do it. One is this clock that's up here. Let's do that clock icon. You can click on that, and there's some quick settings in there: 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, that kind of thing. A little more precise, you can right click on the chart and just go time frame, and then these are the time frames that are offered here. So you can just click on any one of those. Yeah, so just make sure the chart is highlighted when you're wanting to change the ticker, and then just start typing on your keyboard, and that should work. Looks like we're getting a little bit of support so far in the markets. It was funny, all morning Yellen and Powell were talking, and then we're selling, and I bet you they're done now, and we're just kind of chopping around here. A little bit of support found so far. So we'll see if these bottoming tails here on the 15-minute hold. Still watching the CEI for a trade, but it is not moving at all. What I was looking for is how you display the ticker and time frame in the background. Oh, just make sure when you right click under properties, that show watermark is on. And that your background color allows it. Sometimes if you make your background color too close to what the watermark is, it can get a little bit grayed out, just depending on what color you pick. So that might be a problem, but just make sure when you go properties that show watermark is on. You should be good to go. Basically, how do you trade a short squeeze? It starts with your written and tested trading plan, right? So first you come up with you observe how heavily short stocks work. You come up with some sort of trading plan to try to capture them and then go from there. But the basic premise is just that if a stock is heavily shorted and then that stock starts to move higher, that those people that are short are going to have to cover in some respects. Now, part of the problem there is when someone's short, you never know if they're short because they're hedging another position, or you don't know if they're short. You'll never know for what reason they're short, or whether or not from what price, or whether or not any of that actually matters. But again, it's something to a high short float is something to scan for that you can then incorporate with other things, right? So you never just say, okay, this is heavily shorted and it's going up, therefore I'm going to buy it, right? That would obviously be too easy and then arbitrage out of the market. But you develop a trading plan. It says, hey, I look for stocks that are breaking out of a 4-day high, or whatever it is that you come up with, and then you see how the short float affects that, and if the short float affects that, right? So something like GoGo, you might look at GoGo and say, well, there's 21% of the float short, and we've gapped up here maybe over 14 or something, right? That would be your kind of reason to take it. But just like anything else, it's just part of a setup, right? You just take the setup and then you incorporate all the other things into the setup that you normally would. Not something to be, just kind of taken on its own. It's just one data point, I guess I'm trying to get at a sea of data points. And through that sea of data points, the hope is that you've got your written trading plan all hammered together. But yeah, the hope is with a short squeeze that if you're correct, that those shorts are going to start to cover based off whatever technical pattern you have. You can go and kind of push up from there. To give you an example, I can't give you an example of an entire trading plan, but it could be, I buy the break of this moving average, whatever it is that you've tested. Again, if you don't have a written tested trading plan, then just don't trade is my thing, right? You have to work on a written and tested trading plan, and it has to be something that you do yourself, because myriad of reasons, right? But when it goes bad or when it's underperforming, you won't stick with it if it's something that you just took from someone else and didn't build yourself and all of those things. But the premise is just find something that kind of makes sense to you, and then kind of trade it from there. But yeah, you could say something like, I want heavily short float stuff to pull back to the 200 period moving average, and then I'll buy. Again, I have no idea if that's a good plan. I haven't tested it, but that would be kind of a premise that you would put there. But again, the idea is that you're just trying to find where you think that the shorts will capitulate and cover their shares. How would I use the ATI indicator? Or ATR indicator? How is it useful? ATR is just the average range of the stock. So what most people use something like the ATR for is just to figure out roughly where a stop loss or a profit target might go, right? So I know that at the average true range on GoGo is generally about 66 cents or so. So I may look at that and say, okay, well, maybe that's, if I'm going to take the trade, that's kind of the share size I'm going to take is something that kind of makes sense for that. You know, something simple like that. It's not a directional thing because it's basically, again, just taking what's the average that the stock moves in any given day, averaged over the last 14 days. And it just says, okay, well, you know, that's roughly, you could use it to calculate share size, right? You could say, okay, well, you know, if the stock generally moves $5 and then you're looking at the next stock and it generally moves 25 cents, well, you're going to have different sizing for that, right? You might say, okay, the thing that moves $5, I'm going to take 10 shares on, and the thing that moves 10 cents, I'm going to take 500 shares on. So adjusting position size and general risk management is mostly what people use that for. You know, I've heard some people say, and it makes sense to me, is they wait for that ATR indicator to decrease as a way to tell them that the stock is consolidating, right? Because when it's making big wild moves, the ATR indicator is going to be higher, and then when it's taking little tiny moves, the ATR indicator is going to be less. But again, it's not a directional thing, so there's really nothing going on there. GGPI. Yeah, well, I think with GGPI, right, your levels are pretty obvious here, right? So as long as it stays, you know, it gapped up from 10 to 1020, as long as it holds this gap, then it's probably fine to be long and to be bullish. If it starts to break into this gap is where I'd get out. I don't really see any technical setup here right now, but you know, if you're in from before the gap, then you've got some room to play with. And I always just like to see with these gaps if how the area holds, if the area holds, right? You know, I look at kind of gaps as support and resistance areas, right? So you just look at that gap and you say, okay, well, you know, if it gets into that gap, it might not be the best thing in the world, but if it holds above that gap, it might be much better. I'm watching this ERF too. If it can get back above $8, it might be worth another slow mover. You generally get a lot of these slower moving stocks in this particular channel, right? In the strength alerts, because it's looking for things that are outperforming the market, and generally speaking, that will happen a little bit more on the more relaxed type of names. Oh, no problem. Yeah, it's I'm not one that I think that there's any power in an indicator in and of itself, right? If there was, it's just too easy, and that would be arbitraged out. And you gotta just remember always that it's a competitive game, So as soon as someone says, "Oh, this is a thing that just kind of makes money on its own without thinking," there's going to be a handful of other people who are basically trying to take advantage of that, right? So if every time a stock hits its 200-day moving average, it bounces, or even if that happens frequently, then what people will start to do is every time a stock hits its 200-day moving average, they'll sell all of their shares into that, making it not bounce and causing a lot of problems for those people, right? And that's just how the market works. A game is made, and then that game is figured out and arbitraged away, and then on to the next thing. So, same with the ATR indicator or any indicator, an RSI or a moving average or a MACD or something. They're all going to be flawed at best, but most likely it's one of those things that you take indicators and you combine them with other things, and that's going to be kind of over the long run. I think what does the best for most people is a combination of things. And I'm going to take I'm going to evaluate the trend, and then I'm going to take a candlestick setup, and then I'm going to take a technical pattern or a moving average or something on top of that. And by combining all of these different analysis, it just gives you a way to get in whatever the underlying trend of the thing is. And, you hopefully ride out that trend for as long as you can, and then rinse and repeat. Because as most traders will tell you, if trading is exciting, you should be worried. If you get excited when you trade, that's something you should definitely worry about. It should be boring. They say simple, not easy, but nice and boring. What parameters do I need to look at to consider whether a stock or company is good and growing? You're talking about PE ratios, things like that. I don't follow any of that personally. I'm a chartered market technician, not a chartered financial analyst. So that'd be more CFA type stuff. Again, I think it's all going to be in the chart. If the company's growing and making money and doing well, the trend of the stock is probably going to be higher. If the company's doing poorly and not making any money, I think the trend of the stock is generally going to be lower. And you can kind of just do, I think, a good enough job just by looking at that in and of itself. It's one of those that the market's intelligent, right? The market's a smart aggregator of things. It's efficient, right? Things make sense. So if it's an awful company, it's not going to be in a prolonged uptrend for a period of time. And if the company's a great company that's doing, awesome and they're not going to be in a downtrend for a long period of time, right? Ratio analysis, I look at the same way as I look at indicators. It could be part of a filtering mechanism where you could say, for example, I want a price earnings ratio to be positive in order to be in stocks, but I don't, in and of itself, it's not going to be an indicator, kind of the way I look at it. Building a scan. What are the ratios, filters I should use to figure out if the stock's in an uptrend? Easiest one I would look at, it doesn't, you don't have to like this, but just one of the easiest things that we have that maybe what you're looking for is what we call the score. So the stock composite rating. So this is kind of something that we've just built that takes technical indicators and fundamental. It takes kind of every little piece of data and aggregates it together and then gives the stock a ranking. So anything that's ranked over, say, 70 or 80 is probably going to be a pretty strong company. But just like anything, it's okay, what does your written and tested trading plan define as an uptrend? And again, if you do not have one of those plans, you're just gambling, right? You're just buying stuff and hoping it's going to go in your way. So I always think it's very important to define that in your what is it that you define as a an uptrend or a downtrend or something like that, right? Where you may look at something from a daily chart and say, oh, someone may look at like gold and say, okay, well, this is, obviously in a downtrend on the weekly chart. But someone may say, oh, well, no, I'm looking at it on this time frame, right? If I zoom out a bit, you may say, okay, well, no, maybe it's in an uptrend again on the weekly chart, but just during a different time frame. So again, it's all going to be what you specify about. Now, that is one thing that I do think there's some merit with moving averages too, where it's fairly easy with if you say, okay, it's above its 10 period moving average, well, then generally speaking, over the last 10 periods or about 2 weeks, that stock's going to be moving up. So, you could use moving averages for that, but again, it's going to be all depending on what time frame you're using in that written plan. And again, I cannot stress enough, if you don't currently have a written trading plan, you kind of have no business trading, right? You're just kind of hoping, buying and selling stuff and hoping it's going to go up, which in a big market you can, in a strong market, can make sense, but as soon as a weak market comes along, you'll get murdered. We can't go into exactly what's in the stock composite rating, but just it's technical, fundamental, and some statistical style things. So, technical, we'll give it a few points if it's above its 200-day moving average, and then give it a few more if it's above its 50-day moving average, that kind of thing. When it comes to fundamental, it will be, if they have more cash than debt, it will get 1 point, or different filters and indicators like this. But again, look for them and scan them and then compare that to that written trading plan that you have and say, okay, are these meeting that trading plan? And if they are, then great. They may be things that you want to trade. And if not, then you're probably gonna have a problem where it's just not part of your plan. But right, so come up with a plan first, and then find stocks that meet that plan, and not the other way around, which is something that we see often with people who are looking for a scan and then they want to build a trading plan around that scan, and it just doesn't work like that. It looks like the SPY might be moving to new lows here a bit. I always like to compare, again, the SPY versus something like the RSP, which is moving down a bit, and then IWM, again, down a bit as well, but it's holding. Just because, again, the SPY is so weighted to big tech, right? It's so weighted to Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, all these things that How useful is EPS? Again, if it's part of a like I cannot, I know I'm being a broken record here, but I cannot stress it enough. There, first of all, there is no published data point that will just make you money, just period, right? No indicator, no fundamental data point, no technical data point, no candlestick pattern, no anything on its own that will make you money. And that's the first kind of big realization that new traders have to make, is that there's just not one thing that will make you money. Again, if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it, and then it would get arbitraged away. So, how useful is EPS? Well, if it's part of a tested written trading plan that your EPS has to be something, and that you've tested it, you've gone through and either back tested it or just looked at the charts manually, and that makes sense, that's great. It's nothing I look at because it's not part of the written trading plan that I've worked for years and years to build. So again, it's one of those, it's just one of those things. It's a data point like any other. It's just how much the company makes per share. So you'd have to compare that to what other companies like it make. But again, there's no single data point out there that will make you a profitable trader, period. I could see a rule that would make sense to say something like, hey, if they're not putting in positive earnings per share, then maybe you would want to hold them for a long time. Something like that would make sense. But again, that would be something you'd have to test, because how long did it take for a company like Amazon or Tesla or something to have positive earnings? So again, it's just about what you've got in that trading plan before you commit to trading at all. Hi, Michael. If I took CEI at the break of 303, okay, so you took it in the open here. Where would you exit? Well, again, not to beat the dead horse, but right, that exit would have already been part of the trading plan that got me in, right? So a trading plan would consist of, I'm going to buy a stock like CEI over this whole number because of whatever reason you decided on, right? Had a big day yesterday and gapped up today, whatever you decide that is. But then that plan should also have an exit. Now, for me, I generally will use I don't spend a lot of time on the 5-minute chart. I spend more time in the 50-minute chart. So I probably would have been out as it made a 15-minute low right here, which just would have been up a little bit. But, again, without knowing what your plan was, I don't really know how to address that, right? It's all going to be about your time frame, how long you're looking to hold. You could use common ways are to use something like a moving average. You pick a moving average that makes sense for your time frame, and you say, hey, I'm going to get in through here and then out when it breaks whatever moving average you decide. Another way to do it would just kind of be what they call a bar by bar stop, which is just, again, you pick whatever time frame was most interesting to you, and you say, hey, let's say it's a 5-minute candle. The first 5-minute candle to make a new low, I'll get out. And then there's just using hard stops and targets, right? Saying, hey, okay, I'm going to risk, because of course you've established your risk before you enter a trade, right? Again, that's just one of those, if you're not doing that, it's only a matter of time, basically, till the market comes and takes your money. But another way to do it, if you're not looking for trailing stops kind of like that, is you could just say, hey, right, I'm in at 303 and I'm risking 20 cents. So what I'm going to do is try to make 40 cents or 2 times my risk and put out a target there. But those are really your only options, is to put out a hard target or to put out some sort of trailing target. And what's going to happen is when you put out a hard target, the benefits of a hard target is it will get hit more often, and you'll get you'll get filled as the stock's moving up. The downside is that, the thing could continue to run forever and you just wouldn't have made any money off it. So, like anything with trading, this is why things like trading plans are so important, is there's no perfect answer. For me, I use a lot of the trailing stop stuff, but that's because I understand that my win rate isn't ever going to be insanely high, 90%. So I want to make sure I can give the chance for something that I'm in to really run. Now, if it's a day trade only, like for example, me shorting, if this thing ever gets back under 3, which I've been watching kind of since we've been here, my stop's going to be probably above here, so 315, 320. So then I say, okay, well, I'm risking, say, 15 cents. So at the very least, I'm going to want 30 cents, right? Because if you can't make double your risk, you're going to have a bad time. Oh, it looks like I may have missed that. Right? Because over the long run, you're going to be right 55 to 60% of the time, which is where most traders fall into their win rate. So you're going to have to go, okay, well, it's important that if that's true, that I end up making way more on the ones that I'm right than I'm wrong. So, 1.5 to 2 times your risk is a good one. Or again, just use kind of the trailing stop side of things where you're just going to let them go and kind of see what works there. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's a scalp or if it's a swing trade, right? It's got to be those same things have to occur where risk is always risk and reward. Basically, how you get out of the trade needs to be decided before you get into the trade. Because there will be times where you get into a trade and the thing just immediately turns against you and just tanks. Or there's going to be times that you get into the trade and the thing just immediately rockets in your favor. And, I do some mentoring of traders, and there was one that I was talking to that was an ex-soldier. And I really liked, he said that one of the things that one of his drill sergeants would yell at him is, you don't get smarter when you're getting shot at. The premise there just meaning you better have a plan before the bullets start flying, or in this case, your P&L's ticking up and down because of trades that you're in. You better have a plan before that, because as soon as that occurs, it's not gonna end up well for you. So yeah, so for me, again, the easiest ways to do it are, say, bar by bar, reversal, or a moving average. One thing I like about a moving average for an exit is it's really subjective. So if you're using, say, a 15-minute candle and a moving average with it, all you need to do is every 15 minutes, that's when the moving average is going to change. And so you just look at it every 15 minutes and move your stop accordingly. I guess same with a bar by bar reversal, where you could just say, hey, away you go. And then the benefit, even more so when it comes to just using a target, is that you enter the trade and you have your stop loss and you have your target, and then you just walk away. You're done. You've got you got everything sorted, you got everything set, and away you go. That to me seems the most, if you're okay with leaving some on the table, that whole have a stop, have a target, to me seems like kind of the lowest stress way to do it. Because, you enter the trade and one of two things will occur. You're either going to get stopped out and lose X amount of money, or it's going to run to your target and you're going to make Y. And as long as the what you're making is greater than what you're risking, and you're doing that consistently and with great discipline, then over the long run, as long as you can bat even less than a 50-50 win rate, you can make money in the long run. Right, so CEI, for example, I actually just entered some, and I'm going to risk my 20 cents, and I'm going to try to make 40 cents, but I am now just finishing putting out the orders here. But when the orders are out, I'm kind of done with the position. Great, so let me highlight this. So again, I entered, and again, just a trade, right? So perfectly comfortable if I get stopped out. So I entered here, and then I just put a stop right here. And let's actually just, we'll make the stop red. And then I put out a target kind of right here-ish. And we'll make that green. And so either it comes back out and it stops me out, which is fine, right? I've taken a risk that's well within my trading plan and perfectly acceptable. And then, or it's going to come down here and it will get me there, and I'll make a little over twice as much as what I risked. Or the end of the day will come, and with this one, I would probably at the very least lighten up at the end of the day, if not just get out entirely, just because it's a little bit of a crazy one going from 30 cents to $3. I don't want to be in it overnight and have it gap up to $10 or something crazy like that. So it's just one of those, for intraday trades, that kind of stuff works well for me, because it's just everything is sorted. Now for my swing trades, which I do mostly swing trades, it's where the most amount of my money and returns comes from. I will do things a little bit more where I will trail them, and it doesn't have to be all or nothing, right? It can be a hybrid of those things. You can say, hey, I'm going to risk, maybe use a hard target for half the position and then a trail for the rest. You can use a hybrid approach between trailing and non-trailing kind of exits as well. CEI shows thousands in the monthly chart. Generally speaking, when you see that, oh yeah, when you see stuff like this, it just means, like, I know another culprit is this one. Yeah, that's been insane. Generally speaking, when you see stuff like that, what that's telling you is that the company had to split their price. So, right, for example, even with IMPX, I don't even think we need to go to the monthly. I think, yeah, we go to the daily, things get absurd. So generally speaking, what happens here is you got to understand that to exist on listed exchanges, there are certain rules. One of them generally is that your stock price has to be over $1 for the NASDAQ. If your stock price is under $1 and stays under $1, I think for 6 months or a year. Or I don't know the exact rules, but you could Google them. But once you're in breach of those rules, you have to get your stock price up. So what companies will do sometimes is they'll do generally what's just called a reverse split. And that's kind of what's happening here with this CEI and this IMPX, is that they're to keep they basically don't have a way to get their price over a dollar just by announcing what they're going to do, right? Because they're just bad companies that aren't making money. So what they do is they do a reverse split. So say you had 100 shares before at a dollar, they'll give you 50 shares and they'll say, okay, the price is worth $2 now. So it just means there's less and less shares. And then at the same time, their price stays up. So it's just games that people play to not get kicked off the NASDAQ onto something like the pink sheets. Generally speaking, it's not a good thing. You would hope that you can keep your stock price over a dollar just by saying, hey, we have cash, or we make money, or we're growing at a good rate, or any number of these things that, seems to be the best way or a better way to do it than just messing with your stock price. So they really, there was no time that CEI was like, like this stock was never worth $1,000, right? It was, what happens is the price goes backwards and adjusts, right? So there was never a time where you sat down and CI was $1,000 stock. It's every time it gets under a dollar, they do a reverse split so that hopefully they don't get delisted, and then they do another reverse split so they hopefully don't get delisted, and so on and so forth. So yeah, you're talking about Tesla. It's the opposite, right? So Tesla did a split because their share price was getting too high. And what they want to do is they want to bring the share price of their company down. The theory is that, if your stock price is worth $1,000, less retail investors can get in than if your stock price is, say $100. So they'll do that reverse split. That's generally a good sign, like when Tesla and Apple and everything did it, because it means their stock price is getting really high and they're trying to bring it down. Reverse splits are the bad side of things, right? So I just got the hook from Barry in our little Slack here, so I'm sending it back over to him. As always, it was good chatting with you guys, and I will talk to you later.
Well, if you're asking, was there actually news today? I mean, there was some news for it today. So, if you're talking about GoGo, I'm still really interested in this AVDL, guys. I mean, the longer it holds just underneath there, it may not be quite as dynamic, but the alert was at, well, okay, because I added that filter in, I can't see the original alert. It's probably about 1065, right? SRAD. That was a flyer from a few weeks ago, I think. SRAD. It was not a flyer from a few weeks ago. Yikes. Sport Radar Group. Just getting thumped. Wow, what a comeback. What a comeback for alt. It looks like it's going to go positive. William, did you not say that you thought it was confusing why it was down so much in the pre-market? Was that you? When you looked at the alt? I mean, all I did was look at the headline, of course. Oh, it wasn't you. Somebody I thought was saying they knew it didn't seem to be that bad. It's a phase one, I believe. Phase one data didn't seem to be that bad. PJ did, okay. Well, PJ was right. I mean, that's a great bounce, $4.50 off the 10 level. Now, PJ, don't be the self-effacing PJ. I might have to hand the bio crown to you and take it away from William. All right, guys. Well, it doesn't look like I'm going to keep an eye on the AVDL taking out 1070. Just doesn't look like it wants to. Not yet, anyway. So again, guys, that's how I trade. AVDL, I kept waiting for a break here. You see my alert is right up here. I kept waiting for that to break. Didn't happen. Now, it may happen later, but so I don't try to anticipate. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's the beauty of the price alerts. Now, pardon me, Zach, if you posted the news on it. I didn't see it. Okay? Don't bite my head off. I didn't see if you posted some news. Man, look at the chop though. Even this one, I thought this one, CCXI, took out 20, got all the way up to 2014, and it just doesn't want to hold. Well, that was a huge case in Canada, as you know. Well, maybe you don't know. I can't believe that went on for 4 years. Or 3 years, 3 or 4 years. Okay, EVLO. Now you're basing a little bit at 8. Lots of support right at 8. You did get up to 866. No, no, David. I just got too many other things that I really want to concentrate on. Especially the option scanner. So, not really. In terms, I know what you were talking about, the 5-day high or something like that a while back. I just find I just cannot be distracted. I'm distracted enough as it is, doing what I'm doing. And I just really want to concentrate on my option scanner. And, even then I missed the beauty, ONDS earlier today. Are you kidding me? Oh, okay, good. Go keeps going. Be interesting to see what it does tomorrow. The next high is let's see, it's within 10% of its 2-year high. Swap with the Canadians, exactly. So GoGo has made 211 new highs. That's that count that you see right there. You mentioned Tiva earlier. Tiva. I haven't seen this one for a while. Yeah, look at this. Wow, okay. Big pop here. Getting close to that 10 level. Big float. 1.1 billion in the float. Let's take a look at for solar then, FSLR, the big one. I just want to see another one from my option scanner before the day leaves us. Again, this is going to show up, guys. The blue is going to show up really soon on the option scanner. It has to, couple things have to happen. It has to take out 735 and just a few more options traded. Just a few more. You see, we're at 294%. The min has to be 300% to meet the scanner. One of the scanner criterion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to anticipate this is going to happen. So I know I'll hear it, but I want to put an alert right here at 7:35, 7:36, because that's where it's going to happen. Ha ha ha, Becca. You can't kid around in the room. Well, this has not been a bounce day at all for the SPY. Look at this. Just straight down, little base here, little bit of a very half-hard to try to move higher. Keep moving down. So this did not turn into my favorite day. But who cares when you got go-go going for you? Now 16, I don't know. 16 could be. Let's see. Next high looking left is 1613. That's on the monthly chart. Let's take a look on the weekly. I think it's the same. Yeah, so 1613 is the next high looking left. If we can get through that, then 1723 would be the next high. My goodness. Anything's possible. Too bad. Looks like blue is not going to keep moving higher here. If it had moved higher, I'm sure there would have been more option activity. That 300% would have triggered, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. That's why we wait. We minus William waits. That is a custom filter I can add to somebody's account. The Marin software on the way down. What sort of relative volume is terrible? All right, make a change. Jan, haven't seen that one since January of this year. Whoops. That was one of those ones that was that did this nonsense along with all the other meme stocks. I haven't really seen it since then. I'm sure they picked it because it was January. I mean, it's a super low flow too. All right, Gary, I can show you how to do that. Sure. So I'm going to take it to the tech support tab, okay? If that's okay. Okay, I'm going to take it to the tech support tab. First thing, well, I'm going to put it in anyway. How to create a custom formula, even if you know how, because some may not. So I just want to put the instructions in. Okay. So there are the instructions how to create it, and here is the formula itself. Give me a moment. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Pepe, thank you. Okay, so if you go to the tech support tab, there's the formula. There's the custom formula you're going to use. Okay, here's how you create it. So just find the tech support tab and it's all in here. And yeah, it is dollars. Okay, thank you, Pepe. There was another big fit. Man, they're doing an IPO today, or I mentioned they were doing an IPO. I know what, I think I can find it. I think it was in my email this morning. Let me just see if I can find it. Nordic Track, yeah. Nordic Track. Okay, so yeah, Nordic Track. Looks like they're going to be doing an IPO. This should be the symbol IFIT. Could value up to $6.7 billion. Not sure when it's going to happen, but there's another big fitness outfit. SLI extended. Let's take a look at SLI. Standard lithium. Yep, there it is. Look at the volume coming in. Once it dries up, probably it'll fall. And we do have shorts, as you know. 709,000 shorts available for us who have interactive brokers anyway. It's almost an all-time high. I guess that's an all-time high right here. 909. So it's getting close to an all-time high. Meanwhile, GoGo keeps inching its way to 16. Well, I mean, the high, again, the all-time high is not that far away, 909. for SLI. Yeah, I mean, Nuts is right. I mean, it is not ever since. I mean, it was a little bit choppy earlier on, but I mean, since noon, look at this 15-minute chart. I mean, it's just been straight up and relatively orderly. Not too many topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, again, I'm always one. I mean, the whole number, it could stall it, but if it gets through that, 1613 again. I know I keep refreshing my memory here, but 1613 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Stick an alert there. Maybe I can induce it to crack 16 and keep moving higher. All right, keeping an eye on SLI as it gets closer to that all-time high. Looking for a good short opportunity here, SLI. All right, let's take a look at WW. All right, so here's what Roberto was saying. WW shares move higher as Amazon says companies Halo Nutrition will offer recipes from WW, LifeSum, Whole Foods, etc. All right, SLI. So seriously, you would think that's fake, even though, I mean, listen, anything is possible. So you're saying if you don't see it on Weight Watchers website, then you don't believe it. August 24th. Fire the guy or woman. Really? So, guys, I have my doubts about 16 on the go-go. I may be wrong, but all right, guys. 1:33. It's Tuesday today, so today is marketing meeting day at 2 o'clock. Yeah, look at the go-go, guys. Remember, I took that on that pullback. So max P&L 470. Well, because it's right at the high. So here's what I can do. I can, if I want, I can get out of half the trade, just protection. So I'll take out half. That's a hotkey. So down to 300 shares. You mean the definitions of the strategies? Okay, you won't see the strategies themselves, though. Okay, you won't see the filters or anything like that. There might be. I think there's a PDF. I don't have it, but if you ask for it, I have no idea how up to date it is. Okay, because a lot of those strategies are no longer around. Some of them are no longer around. But you can ask for them. But you remember, you're not going to see anything other than sort of a description. Mighty Mouse, I know, looks for stocks under $5. I haven't seen that one for a long time. But it looks for stocks under $5 as an example. But you're not going to see the filters or anything like that. So if you're looking for a link, as in an alert style link, you're not going to get one. Yeah, well, the reason being is that, well, not in theory, they're proprietary. Well, I don't know. I mean, Gogo is it's just resting here. Just resting here underneath 16. Yeah, but he wants the actual filter values. He wants to see the strategy itself. At least that's what I understood. And we have a halt. Oh, no. No, no, I don't think this is a... No, this is a test. Sorry, this is one of those stupid tests. Somebody asked me, just as I was going my break, is Emma halted? I don't know who it was. It's a pink sheet stock. No, I mean, it's not trading anything, so I don't even know what to say. Other than the fact I don't follow it. All right, I think it's getting closer to moment of truth for SLI. I mean, it's getting closer and closer to the all-time high. Will 9 stall it and start to move down from here? Who are you talking to? At Dwayne. Who are you talking to? Oh, I see. And we all believe Citadel. Some say they epitomize the evil empire. I don't care one way or the other. Exactly. Who cares? But there are some who do, and it's just a waste of brain power as far as I'm concerned. But you must have done something earlier. Maybe not today, but some other time. All right, well, okay, go. You are now through 16. Now, 16, keep forgetting, 1613 could be next. You'd have to check your orders. I mean, you probably have something in there you don't realize. Maybe you did it a long time ago. Slow hand. Oh, I see. Okay. You mean here? Yeah. I mean, you had a chance to go short from 15 down to about 1470, and then once it took out 15 again, look out. And again, remember guys, all this is happening with the markets being thumped. So Slowhand, do you understand what I'm saying? If you went to your orders, you might see it there. We have 21%, so I mean it's close. Sometimes it's really hard to, we have we're in line with what Yahoo says. Uh, in terms of a closing high, yeah. I bet you're right. These are the all-time highs. I don't know where it closed at this day, this month, but I'm just looking at. But when you're looking at all-time, well, it's hard for me to know because it says lifetime high is 43%, which infers, I mean, look up here. I mean, up here, I mean, this month it closed at 25. That month, this is back in 2013. On it, real, on it, on it, on it. I had my reservations that would take out 9, so close my eyes. So, I mean, yeah, you've got to go way back to find these highs, for GoGo. Back in 2015, though, it was up here. I remember GoGo. I mean, GoGo and what was the other one? ENT. I don't know if ENT still is around. Yeah, so these, yeah, I don't think it's around anymore. It stopped trading as ENT back in 2020. ENT, these were the two competing Wi-Fi on airplanes. Well, I'm going to cheer it on down to 839. Yeah, I mean the low of this big candle here is basically that level. That's what I was looking at right here. I mean that's 838 or 839. It's actually 839. So that fib of 839 corresponds exactly to the low of that 15-minute candle. All right, guys, I'll be right back. 1:45 in another 15 or so. I'll be in a marketing meeting. All right, guys. Yeah, kudos to real on that SLI. Just had to kind of figure that 9 would be a tough one. All the way down, almost to that fib level. Maybe it'll still get there. ABVC, ABVC. I don't think I've ever seen that one. ABVC. Never seen this one. I wonder why. Look at this. Look at the. I mean, did this not trade for these years? I see no news for it. The last news I see is in looks like September. Well, and I know, Kev, that you don't like to go short, but you didn't have to. You had GoGo, you had ONDS from the option scanner, a couple. The only one that didn't work that I'm disappointed that it didn't work, I didn't take the trade, but was the AVDL. That one, I kind of had high hopes for it right up here. I thought maybe, I think the alert was at 1060 or so, 1065 or so. I had high hopes for it. But it just, I put my price alert up here, didn't take it out, so you just move on. Could have shorted it. Well, don't look now, guys, but DATS is trying to get over 12 again. I mean, this is a really tough trader. This is almost one of those. I mean, it's not quite the all-time high again. This is hit yesterday, 12 something or other. No, on the long side, au contraire, mon ami. Look at GoGo. This came from the option scanner. And we of course talked about it pre-market. Real talked about it. Numerous people talked about it. But that came from the option scanner at 14 something. I can't tell right now because I did a reload. ONDS came from the options scanner. I think it was at, I want to say 888 or 860 something. I mean, it got up to 966 before it pulled back. The only one that didn't really work was the AVDL. We had, and I've now, as I said earlier, I've now put a 10-minute delay on this one. The early ones, we had a couple right at 9:30. I just think it's way too early to be seeing those. So 2 out of 3 were fabulous, and they're on the long side. Look at DATS, guys. I mean, I have a thumbnail. That's why I see it. It's just hard to take my eyes off it sometimes. The high 1243, the high 1219. Man, now it's almost an all-time high. Do we dare? And the volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. I think we think this is at a 13 million float. I'm still, in fact, in the marketing meeting, I'm going to ask again, why the heck doesn't our, wow, look at it go. Look at it go. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Oh my goodness, guys, look at DATS go. Oh, no. You mean 1267. You mean 1267. Okay. It may be a pump, but it's our pump. No, I don't mean our pump. I don't mean a room pump. Please, that's not what I meant. Look at the volume that came in. But be careful. Okay, like be careful. You know, this has a history of wild gyrations. Right now, you're on the upside of a gyration. What did I say? What did I say, Becca? Oh, okay. You're on the upside of my gyration. Yeah. It's fun to make silly things up. Okay, guys, listen, it's 1:56. I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2, so in about 4 minutes or so. What was that one yesterday? It was it was another chat. It had ripped a little bit in the morning. It was around a $4 or $5 stock. Somebody's going to remember. I think it starts with the letter P. Somebody will remember. Paul, I don't. Yes, I think it is Palt. If it's called, yeah, Palt. Dat chat or Pal Talk. Yes. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, you know, it seems to be. I mean, it's obviously not the same. But it's only got 3.75 million in the float. It may at some point get tugged along. Maybe not today. Maybe never. With the DATs. Yeah, the word on the street is wrong. I said maybe on a Friday. A Friday. Not this Friday, not the Friday, but a Friday. Look at it go. Well, guys, look what's happening here. I mean, just as we're mentioning it, I mean, this could get tugged along a little bit. All right, guys, I've got to put myself on mute. Definitely excitement galore. That's, guys, my goodness, that's now through 13. Wow. Okay, I've got to put myself on mute. I want to blurt something out accidentally. All right, guys, I am now back, and wow, 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 what a day. I mean, look at that DATS. I mean, I thought those two topping tails, that might have been it, but not yet. And GoGo just keeps chugging higher. Let me see if blue triggered. No, blue did not trigger. Volume trumps all strategies, absolutely. I mean, it's look at the well, even this one. My goodness. I mean, can you imagine 104 million in the float? It's traded six. It's traded 6 times the float. And GoGo, actually, GoGo has not traded the float, obviously. No, it's just it's hardly doing anything at all. I'm kidding a little bit. I mean, it's traded half the float, a little over half the float, which is still really significant usually, okay? And obviously in this case it is. So the ones that have traded the float, these are the ones. We've had ALF, CEI, SNOA, and DBGI. And here are the percentages. The move in GoGo is more, it's from here on. I mean, there's no really downturn whatsoever. You know, from noon on, it's just been almost steadily up. You know, a couple little topping tails, bottoming tails, but nothing, no red candles, no red 15-minute candles. I mean, it's just been straight up. You know, we had a little, gyration in the first 2.5 hours, but after that, yeah, I would have thought almost for sure. This is when I was in the marketing meeting and I looked at DATS and remember that red bar right there with that topping tail. At one point, that green candle was down here with a big topping tail. But then the buyer said no way, and they just took it right back up. I thought we were going to see a couple of big topping tails, and that would have been it underneath 13, and we would have seen a nice move down. Just didn't happen. And I don't see the pelt. I'm a little surprised that it hasn't taken out 5. I thought maybe other traders would finally say, you know what, I might have missed out on the DATS or taken some profit out of DATS and just put it into this one. Just have to keep an eye on this one. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, remember now. This 2 days ago, this was a $3 stock. Yesterday, it got up to almost 6, so it almost doubled yesterday. Passed back up. As opposed to the new and improved. Guys, don't lose sight of the ONDS even. ONDS is making a late stage surge here. Little surge here. There's my 960 now. I think 10. It'd be tough to get through 10. But if it can somehow get through 10, then if you look left, the next highs are, on the monthly chart are way up here around 13ish. So this could be interesting tomorrow. This could be interesting after hours today. Nice trade so far for you, Dak. Meanwhile, we've got William trying to rain on your parade. Yeah, listen, the ons after hours could be really interesting. I mean, what's the float? 31 million? Yeah, I mean, if it holds this area here, the 950 area, I mean, 10 I think is still going to be tougher to get through, but, watch it after hours if it starts to really move and on the volume. Wow. Okay, guys. As we're getting set to wrap up the room. Oh, by the way, at 3:30 now, I think it's going to be 3:30 every day. If you head over to YouTube, Chris Varley will be there for about an hour. Okay. So for those of you who are intensely needing more moderation and trading, you can head over to our YouTube room. I'll put the link in. And I think he's going to start that. He's going to try to do it now 3:30 every day. If you're wondering why he has a commitment at 3. So, but I will put the YouTube room link in. So at around 3:30, you can head over there. And one last look at the test drive. So if you want to join in on all this fun, we are having our test drive. When you click on the test drive link, you'll be brought to this page. So you can try us out for 10 trading days. It starts on the 11th, October 11th. So a little less than 2 weeks, 2 weeks from yesterday. To the 22nd, that is 10 days. It'll cost you $11.11. And just to be completely upfront, if you cannot, for instance, if you can start only on the 12th and go to, say, the 21st, you're not going to get 10 days, all right? So it's not 10 days from whenever you start up. You have to be able to start on the 11th and go to the 22nd in order to get the full 10 days. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber, you want to try us out for those 10 days, you want to try out our premium service, you can do so also. What you're doing here, if you sign up, you're pre-registering, okay? So there is no live data until the 11th. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, I really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Get yourself a little bit acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, there are 20 short lessons there. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them, etc. And again, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about any of that. And lastly, my homepage. Lots of information on my homepage. Okay, you click on my homepage link and this is what you'll see. So obviously there's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now if you want to. There's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. These 3 sections are free: the trade of the week, stock of the day video that I do at noon, and education. Lots of education is here. You know, including those lessons I talked about, the daily support between 12 and 1. And now if you want to, you can also go there at 3:30. Eastern time, of course. The daily webinars, let's see. So this week it's Monday and Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, just one moment, please. Sorry, so this week it's Monday and Wednesday. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. That's a cycle, okay? But you can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, you know, how to start trade ideas from scratch. The AI. Back to basics, brand new to trading. Look at this. I mean, this is basic as you get. What is a stock, guys? What is a stock? So take a look at this little 36-part video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. Lots of information on my home page. Save the link, including, of course, my scans. Here's a sample layout. When I say sample, it's kind of like this. You know, some little differences, but basically it's what you see. And also, though, you know, my favorite scan, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But I have other scans. I mean, you know, this may not be everybody's cup of tea, so you might want to take a look at the other ones I have here too. So save my link. These 2 sections, there is a lot of information. So save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Look at the ONDS, guys. Man, this is turning into something could be really interesting after hours. Wow, go, my goodness. I mean, now that 17 is coming into play. 17, sorry, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1723. I mean, we're getting close to that. And you know, you're right. You have to go back to 2016 or so before we start seeing levels like this. I mean, who cares? That's 5 years ago. How about 6 years ago? The YouTube link is just not popping in again. Again, that won't start until 3:30. Okay. Yeah, I still have some left. Yes, there's no reason to sell. Not from 12 o'clock on. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:45, so we have another 15 minutes or so. Just give me a moment, okay? I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. What time is it right now? I'll be back at about 2:50, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back and sort of in awe of what's happening with DATS and GoGo. We have a race on here. DATS, of course, is an all-time high. GoGo is not, but you know, we've got stuff happening that happened 6 years ago. Probably not going to block it. I'll be definitely watching ONDS after hours. I want to see if it can get over that 960 mark and see if it gets some big after hour volume, post-market volume. This has been one of the most exciting days in a while for me anyway. I mean, especially again, I know I keep sort of repeating myself, but I mean, look at the market. Look what the market was doing basically all day. We've had a little bit of a pop here, but for us to find all these great long plays, unbelievable. People ask, well, not all the time, but you know, definition of what does it mean by alpha? This is alpha, guys. You know, did not care at all what the market was doing, and of course, DATS is the same, and some of the other ones. I mean, you know, the only difference between DATS and GoGo and some of the other ones is that so far, anyway, especially with the DATS, a little bit of a drop, but certainly the trend is still strong. I look at my initial sell of DATS and I'm shaking my head, but that's okay. That's okay. Wow, now it's 214. You know, the only reason I saw DATS is because I had it thumbnailed. You know, I saw DATS here. You know, it wasn't really doing too much. I had it thumbnailed on my other chart, and I saw this action, and I saw, wow, it took out 12, and then boom. Yeah, the thing about CEI though, I mean, look, it went from 343 down to 250. I mean, that is a massive percentage. It's coming back. I know what you're saying, I mean, right now, but in terms of a steady run like those other two, you know, certainly not for the CEI. I mean, that if you had stepped away at 344 and come back to see this at 263, this should never have stepped away. I don't mean you, Sam, but I mean, you have to have a stop in place. But hey, listen, tomorrow it may continue to rip. Good on you, Dak. You took that DATS. William, I guess you're out of it. You took the DATS, what was it, around 1340 or so? Or your stop was around 1340. You know what? I mean, it would not surprise me. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, that's or GoGo's got about a $3 lead, 1686 to 1407. Not quite a $3 lead. I just wouldn't surprise me if now that DATS is. I mean, look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume right here. biggest volume bars of the day, and it's just not it's not subsiding. Whew. Well, guys, I'm just getting set to wrap this room up today. Gather my wits. Are there any other questions? I mean, I'll stick around for questions, of course, but I'm going to be wrapping the room up in about 2 minutes. Well, it was trading a lot of volume. I'm looking at the relative volume. I mean, at 32 times normal. So yes, I mean, it is trading enough volume. It's just not moving with it. You know, I just kind of thought maybe it would get tugged along just because, you know, it's a chat. In theory, it's the same kind of, and it had the big pop yesterday. But yeah, I mean, it's trading 32 times normal, 3 million. It's only 3.75 million in the float. So that float is about a third of DATS's float. So I'm not saying to take the trade now. I'm just saying, you know, kind of watch it to see if it, you know, if it starts to move anywhere close to what DATS is doing. I mean, it obviously not. I mean, it's down for the day. But, you know, that's a trader mentality. Find something else. You know, I mean, eventually, there's going to be a huge amount of profit taking on the DATS. I mean, look at the volume, 19 million. So it is now traded the float, probably about 1.5 times. Almost twice. I think the float's around 11 million. I've just been giving, we're trying to find out why we don't, I know why we don't have float information. I'm not, you know, I'm not happy with the answer, but I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, he was pulling my leg. All right, well, let me get my little script together to shut down the room. Tomorrow is Wednesday, okay. Yeah, listen, I'm not saying to take the pelt, okay? It was just an idea saying that, you know, it had a huge pop a couple of days, and it's kind of in the same, we'll call it the same sector, okay? It's got talk in its name. I was just sort of thinking out loud that maybe other traders eventually might look at this one. I'm not saying to take it now or ever. All right, everybody. It is now a 3, in fact, it's 3:01. You've had me for an extra minute. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So, well, thanks a lot for all the help, everybody. That was a great day in the room. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then.